All right, let us begin. Do 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 do.
Want to see the cursed picture of
All right, let's get this underway. Alrighty. So, who would like to be the fortunate and or unfortunate individual to do the recap?
But when you put it that way,
I used my inspiration last session. I want to do at least half of it. But I think I was away from keyboard for the first part of it. Okay, never mind. Wait, I remember now. Okay. So the party was waking up from getting our asses beat handed to us by a handful of weird wolves. You know, not a high point for any of us.
mm-hmm.
Not a high point at all. Veldrin and Zed have to pull Chaw and Niavara's dumbasses back to bed. And hope that things are fine from there. Yay! In the meantime, Kozik has realized that, oh shit, I got left behind in town, or something to that effect, because he immediately is like, oh, how am I gonna find these guys? They didn't give me an ETA where they were going. Or when they'd be back. Oh well. So he makes the decision to head off into the woods to Bonk Village, or towards Bonk Village, hitching a ride from a handful of lovely individuals who were, if I remember correctly, bringing alcohol.
Yep, we like
Okay.
them.
They were lovely people.
If they're not eldritch deities.
They were not eldritch deities. They were just randos transporting stuff to and from villages.
Yeah.
Making their way through the world. Not quite understanding why this rich noble guy is trying to talk to them about gastronomy and the art of beer making.
Right. Good old Frank and Mary.
Mm-hmm. By some coinky dink, he manages to catch up with us like around the same time as we're waking up the next morning. Frank and Mary have the weirdest handful of conversations with a bunch of fucked up strangers. Before they decide to head off to Bonk Village, and we catch Kozik up on the Dealywop that we're going to go after those mutants, 1. And 2, that we're hunting down potion ingredients in exchange for healing potions for a cheaper price, I guess, is the important thing to mention there. So
Frank and Mary humans? I don't remember.
Yes, they are. They were both human.
all of us were absolutely dog shit at tracking. So many failed rolls that session, but we were all just god awful at trying to find our way after these mutants. But we eventually stumbled and figured our way towards a place of significance. And it was this weird, creepy building that had a bunch of spiders around it. Spiders were not the mutants, and we discovered that Chaw has a thing for eating them. Which, no comment. I plead the fifth.
Don't knock it until you try.
Chaw really likes to eat spiders.
Not only spider.
Just likes to eat.
We I forget the beastie that we saw, but there was at least one beastie on the outskirts of the thing that was hanging out with us.
Crab-like exoskeleton.
Yeah. I forget who was the last person outside of the building. It was either Chaw or Zed who saw it as it froze time and then vanished after talking to him for like 0.5 seconds?
Yeah, Zed.
Okay.
Yeah, I got patted on the head.
By a weird extra dimensional looking creature. Great. Love it for us. We go inside, and because none of us are doing super well at our roles, we walk straight into a fucking house mimic. In order to avoid getting eaten, we instead decide, oh, if we're gonna get eaten anyway, we're just gonna jump down the well
You mean
and pray
the
it's not an
anal canal.
esophagus.
The anal canal, as we learned, was called.
Sure.
That's what it was called.
Officially, what it was called.
And we ended up in this weird
There's a sign
here,
somewhere.
this weird here cave down here. We did find our glowing mushrooms that we were assigned to look for. Isn't that great for all of us?
Yay! Yep.
We also had earlier found the flowers.
Mm-hmm.
But once we enter this watery area, weird fucked up things start happening to us. Veldrin's arms swap sides, i.e., he has a skeleton right arm. He now has a skeleton left arm.
Oh,
So did it like switch your arm so that your like right arm is now on your left like part of your torso? So you have like a right hand on your left arm? Or did it just switch? the
It just switched
skeletal
which
hand?
side was fleshy.
Okay, so it's not like body horror stuff.
I mean,
little bit.
there's an aspect of body horror there.
Well,
A little bit.
If you have a birthmark on like one finger and it's all of a sudden on your other hand, I think I'd be worried.
not like the community centipede, homage where the feet are on the hands and the hands are on the feet kind of thing.
Actually, the whole room seems to be under the effect of some sort of enchantment. Because Niavara walked in and became a tiefling, which is sort of worrying. She can, in fact, become a tiefling, but notably, she can't change back. Cha became a satyr.
Mhm. Oh.
Veldrin became a genasi. And we all discovered that none of us can swim. Not a one. We were all drowning. It's pretty sad.
A couple of us were on the shore with the ropes trying to help, but it didn't help that much.
Yeah,
I
John's in
forget-
there with a rope swimming toward people, but that's
Yes. I forget if Zed or Kosik changed appearances.
Yeah, did they?
Ozik did not.
I think he passed the save.
There was
I don't think
some
Zed did either.
saves.
Zed and Kozik remain unaltered.
For
And-
now.
Didn't somebody turn into like a Sahwa Jin or something? Some kind
Genasi.
of swimming creature? It was a Genasi.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
Veldrin.
Yeah, Veldrin turned into
Okay.
a water Genasi.
And the reason why everyone went to go into the water because there's something glowing in the middle of the ocean or the middle of the lake.
Make sure I have my notes ready. They ask about that.
However,
Okay.
as I mentioned, none of us can swim, which is why it's probably great that Veldrin can now breathe underwater. I believe that Veldrin had just returned to the surface with whatever he had found on the ocean floor when we had finished the session at around 1 in the morning. My time.
Your time.
Just before
Midnight everyone else's.
just before
But with two
Mando
here,
time.
or Mandalorian.
Correct.
And don't forget Niavara's motto. Gaslight,
Gaslight, gatekeep, girl
boss.
boss.
Yeah.
Naturally. Which is why she's panicking over not being able to gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss her way out of this one, boys. Awesome. But with that, we return to our heroes. Veldrin with this mysterious glowing thingy. Zed, probably looking like a half-drowned rat. Kosik and Cha still struggling with the ropes in the water. And I wonder how he's swimming, considering that he's got satyr feet now.
Good point.
And also, one
yeah.
detail we left off.
Last thing that I have.
For initiative.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. We rolled initiative.
Wait, oh no.
Zed's basically still underwater, where, like somewhere near where Veldrin was, but apparently it was so dark. I think after Veldrin touched the object, that Zed lost sight of everyone kind of got turned around. And then the last thing in my notes is a tendrils from nothingness, basically the void, reach out towards Zed. I'm not sure if he actually got grabbed,
Nobody got grabbed.
but
Yeah. Kind of.
there's some tendrils going on.
What having? Indeed.
Nicely done.
To which Niavara gets the inspiration. I don't know why it's doing this. It's weird.
Hell yeah. Especially because we haven't entered combat yet. But it sounds like we're about to. Uh-oh.
Most definitely.
Run away! Run away!
So everybody, give me initiative. Let me make sure I have this ready.
Brody, what are you doing, my baby boy?
I know I have it
Ooh,
set. Just need to wait for this to load.
there we go, Cha. What I'm talking about.
Come
Carry
on.
us.
Load.
Here we go.
You know what, team? I appreciate that we're still keeping to bad rolls, everyone. Oh.
No, we got some good rolls in there. There's some good rolls. We're gonna have good rolls this time. Will it?
Getting them out of the
Will
way
it?
early.
So I gotta make
My
sure.
page is a
Will
little
this
slow. Did
This
mine?
biased dice engine to give us good rolls.
Combat
wow.
state.
Hey. So, Zed, you grabbed like a bubble or something that had power, like this glowing bubble, and you have it? Is that what happened?
Renamed it. Why is it not renaming? Whatever.
Kind of object?
From what I remembered, I had a ring, but I think that had already happened.
Oh yeah, it changed hands. And it became something worse.
It was instead of having inscriptions all over it, it just turned just to pure black, almost as if it was like a void.
But didn't you grabbed something in the middle of the lake that you have, right? Wasn't it some kind of an object?
I don't think so. I think Veldrin grabbed something, which is when she turned in.
Veldrin grabbed the
it was-
light.
Ganassi.
You grabbed
Yeah.
the light, and did it turn into something, or it's some kind of? I just have in
Well,
my
that's when
memory
he-
like a bubble.
That's when he shifted into the Ganassi or Genasi.
Okay.
All right.
Well, everybody, enter the Chaos Quadruped.
Oh gosh.
What a name!
Not that you know what it is. Or if that's actually what I'm using.
It's just the name we all made up for it right in this moment when we first saw it. Our
Yeah,
characters.
for whatever reason. It's like, oh yeah, that's like a quadruped.
It's chaotic.
So, picking up from before, if you recall, it was almost as if there was a tear or a rift of some kind. And, not that you could really tell that much because you're already in very dark, murky water, this particular the people who are closest to it would, well, maybe not, depending on how well you perceive things, but pretty much you kind of felt a shift in the water, a shift in the pressure, the shift of the area around you, and something that wasn't previously there is most definitely active. It's most definitely moving around and, you know, churning the water around you. Maybe even making a little bit of a whirlpool as it, whatever it is or however it comes into existence, has, well, come into existence. And so, but it is not its turn, so it merely comes into existence. And because you're, let's see, you know, you're basically adjacent to it. Those of you who are pretty much butted up against it can definitely see, though very difficult and almost makes you do a double take, these blackened tendrils with almost, you can almost swear you spot like a starry sky within them, whirling about and writhing just out of, well, you can't really tell where. It just kind of came into existence and start whipping and thrashing and grabbing at whatever is next to it, or to them. You're not really sure because there are several tendrils. However, in the circumstances as it may be, it would seem that Cha is first in the initiative.
Okay, so Cha is underwater. It was going toward the people with a rope in hand, holding out his hands, trying to just get a hold of people. So he can see this object underwater, or is it too far away? This creature.
At this point, you can probably see the water churning, but you're not able to fully see what's going on yet.
Okay, so he sees his friends, but he sees that maybe, though, I don't remember if he had seen whether Zed had changed or not. But I think, or not Zed, but Veldrin. So I think he's just seeing these figures and he's just holding out his hands and he's kind of like waving and reaching out for them and wants to grab at whoever he can there. Swim toward them and grab them.
Well,
So
let's see
swimming
here.
takes half movement. Then he has about 20 feet of movement he can make to get up to either one, and or just wait for them to come to him. Or I think he would try to go up to them and grab them.
So who are you swimming to?
So I think he'll go up to Zed first because he sees this other figure that he doesn't recognize, and I don't know if he saw Veldrin change. So he'll go up to Zed and just try to pull him out of there.
All right, well, do your thing.
Can't move my token, but he's
Do
gonna
you have the
try to
right thing?
grab.
So click on the token controls on the left and select token. That should.
So can't move. Anyway, so he's just gonna grab Zed.
I'll move you there. Oh,
With that,
wait a minute. Hold on. What if it's? Is it the initiative? No. Trying to assess why you can't move your token when you should be able to. Roll. Is
okay,
that-
I went to select token. That was it.
Was that it?
Instead of token control, select token did it.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's just gonna grab on and tug on the rope back to Kozik, and then just start pulling. You know, with one hand, he's gonna start kind of pulling onto the rope, trying to get back, swimming along to try to help Kozik not have to pull everything.
All right. The question is, Zed, do you allow a figure in the dark to reach out and grab you?
I think he had seen Cha turn into a satyr earlier.
Yeah, so do I not know that it's Cha?
Oh, you would. It's just one of those things that would catch you off guard because you can only really see something that's adjacent to you. So this essentially he
grabbed from
swam up.
behind.
Yeah, he basically swam up to you, and I mean it's not even a full round yet. So in less than 6 seconds, as you're probably focused on whatever's in front of you.
Mm-hmm. I think as he's grabbed, he would kind of try to struggle away and turn around. But as soon as he realized that it was Cha, he'd reach out and grab, like they'd lock arms, kind of like Arnold Schwarzenegger and Dylan. And
Dylan, you son of a bitch!
and if possible, just trying to motion that, Veldrin's still down here somewhere. Because that was the whole point that Zed jumped in anyway, was to try and swim after Veldrin.
All right. Well,
But yes, he would
like point toward Veldrin, and Cha will just kind of nod, I think, and then like start to beat over to grab Veldrin as well.
you don't really see a Veldrin. Oh wait, Veldrin. Sorry. Yes, you. Oh, Veldrin's a Ganassi.
Yeah, but if he's pointing at
Zed would have
Veldrin,
seen
then
all
I
of
think
that,
he's-
right?
Yes, because you were adjacent.
So
If he
Cha
can
might not
gesture
think it's
coherently
Veldrin,
enough.
but Zed's like pointing and nodding.
Yeah, like if
Okay.
he has any intuition as to what he's trying to say, he's gonna be like, okay, that's not an enemy. I'm gonna grab them and try to get them out too.
Well, it's funny you say intuition because there's a check for that.
Okay, here we
Let's go.
go.
He brought it up. I'll say go for it.
Here we go.
Which is insight. Okay, yeah, you get the message pretty easily. Why's my camera not?
And so that's, I think, with his
It's doing that.
depending on what you say about all those actions, like he would then start heading back if he can do like a dash or something. But I don't know if that's too much.
So one thing I actually probably should clarify: if you're trying to swim out, you're probably gonna need to keep a hand free.
Yes. So like I said, when he grabbed onto Zed, he tugged on the rope to like signal Kozik to start pulling.
Okay. Clarification.
He's pulling.
Well, on
And he's
Kozik's
gonna, like, try
turn,
to reach out to grab Veldrin too, or Zed could too. that's the
Veldrin, do you accept the hand being reached out from a satyr?
I don't think he would, just because he knows that something's going on.
All right. So if you're trying to grab this unknown entity and they are refusing, that would be a contested. So let's just do a let's do an attack roll just to see if you can actually like grab them and engage with that essentially grapple while
Got it.
this a somewhat aquatic feature seems to recoil away from you.
Mhm. Nope. Natural
Definitely
one.
nope. Not only do you not, so you reach out to try and grab this entity, and not only do you not manage to do that, but you even lose your grip on Zed as Kozik starts pulling, and it kind of catches you off guard at the timing.
I think he'll just leave it at that. Like if they're struggling, he's
It's
just
a
gonna
nat one.
kind of back off and just hold on to the rope. Hold on to Zed.
Or attempt to. Give me a strength check to see if you can hold on to Zed, because that you did roll a natty 1.
Okay, strength check.
There was your bedroom, yeah.
6.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy for you to grab onto somebody when they're on land and you can see them clearly, but right now the water is, it's dark, it's murky, it's churning. There's something else in the water that's kind of swishing everybody around. It's kind of hard to keep a grip on them.
Okay. Well, the rope is tugged, and he's going, just holding on to the rope.
Rightio. All right, Niavara. So you would see Kozik, getting ready to pull on the rope because it's not really his turn yet, but getting ready to pull the rope in. There was a little bit of a shake and wiggle. And you see the water churning where that light once was. Maybe some bubbles coming up to the surface. What do you do?
Can Niavara do like I guess, a common sense check, a wisdom check? Be like, something's going on, something's in the water.
That's an insight or just straight wisdom. Kind of, yeah. Well, with the 10, something's definitely going on, but what it is, you're not sure. What entails causing the water to be disturbed in such a fashion is, oh, you don't know until you see what it is, really. Or you go down there yourself and find out.
Well, seeing as the main issue is that Niavara cannot breathe underwater, that becomes a much harder moving target.
Character sheets. Yeah, I can use these stats. Good. So, what do you do?
It's a great question. I think that she'd like to hold a spell, like prepare to cast a spell. For when something that big coming out of the water that's causing the churning. So she's going to prepare to cast Guiding Bolt.
All right.
And that'll be her turn because she can't do anything and I'm not in those waters.
Alrighty. So holding until something emerges.
Something big enough to clarify.
Alright. So then we move to Veldrin.
Uh,
Doo-doo-doo-doo.
think Veldrin's gonna let go of the light.
All right. Is that something you want to do? For confirmation purposes?
Yes.
All right. So that's pretty much a free action to let it go. And those of you in the water, a little bit of those of you aren't in the water, but those of you in the water especially see this orb of light start to drift down into the darkness. But you still have a whole turn. And you have a swim speed, so none of this is difficult terrain for you either. And yeah, to which you don't recall you don't recall it being so easy to move around in the water before.
So yeah, he's gonna just let go of this light and then I think start heading towards the shore.
Alrighty. You don't have a swim speed? Speed, dark vision. Move to where you wish.
Did.
There it is, swim speed. Yeah, I got it right. Yeah, so you have a swim speed of 30 feet. And can breathe underwater. So you make it back to shore. And normally, you know, you'd be shaking yourself off, or, you know, droplets of water would fall off of you, and, you'd be drying yourself off. But you now realize that you are in part made of water. Not the dark, murky water here, but, actual liquid that is untainted by whatever filth is in this pool. And you still have movement and an action. 5, 10, 15, yeah.
I think that's all he's gonna do for now.
Oakley dokley. So then, Kozik, you are holding on to this rope. You got the signal to pull, to heave ho.
I kind of let's see. I guess I want to kind of do two things. Let's see. So do I feel tension on the rope there, or am I just kind of holding on? What's going on there?
I mean,
I've received signal like the rope's been tugged on. I mean, I've definitely been aware of all sorts of splashing and stuff going on in the water over there, right?
yeah, there's some going on over there.
Firstly, I'm going to cast Fairy Fire. Let's see. And I'm gonna pick a spot over there next to where I can see the glowing thing, and going to let me see real quick here. Yep, that's right. It's like from out of my hand, a little bottle rocket, pew, flies over the 30 or so feet there. Cast spell. Oh, did it do it? Okay. Place the measured template. Okay. About there.
So that would affect your party members as well.
Okay, right. So it made its dexterity savings throw.
Correct. The 19, yeah.
Okay, so it's not outlined, but my homeboys are, I imagine.
They would also have to make the save.
Okay.
So Zed and Cha give a dexterity save, which you might be able to just click on the DC from the in the chat log. Let's see if that works.
Okay.
You're fine.
All right. So so nobody's outlined, I guess.
Correct. So pretty much your bottle rocket kind of sort of did what you expected to do, right? You fired it into a pool of water, expecting there to be, there's maybe a flash of a sparkle, but as soon as it touches the water, it just fizzles out, just like. Psst.
Well, I guess there's still some light there, right? But my people aren't. I can't see anybody in there.
Unfortunately, no.
And it's kind of a fuchsia colored light that I wanted to outline them, so it kind of glows a little more. But I'm like,
Each object.
bah, Kozik says, and then I guess he starts tugging on the rope.
So let's see, pulling. So I would say you don't really have the action economy to pull on the rope too.
Okay.
Because you use your standard to cast a spell, so pulling on the rope to try and drag two people out of the water would, be a good bit of exertion.
Climb the rope as best as ye can. And I guess
Alrighty.
that's my turn, because I don't want to move.
Alrighty. Why is this being so annoying? Alright, Zed.
Draw him to the surface. Bring him up like he's what's the word? I'm pulling up
Pull up
the
crab
line,
trap. I
fish
don't know.
line.
Yeah.
So, did Cha lose grip on me?
That he did.
Okay, so I'm just down here at this point. Okay.
I don't know why.
Okay.
so-
Did Kozik's spell illuminate anything for us down here? As far as
Nope.
as Cha's being yanked up potentially by this rope, or is he? Or are we both just floating down here?
Right now, you're both just floating, and no, unfortunately, nothing really got illuminated through the spell.
Okay.
There were no objects.
At that point, then Zed is going to, I guess, because they both lost grip of each other. Zed's going to reach out and try and grab Cha's arm again. Full on Dylan moment.
Got it.
And then attempt to swim away from these tendrils
All right.
toward the surface, might I add.
Give me the old swim-a-rooney check, a-rooney.
Which one is that?
So that would be a strength, so that would be athletics.
Alrighty. Doing really well underwater at this point.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. So, you're just kind of flailing in the water right now. Like you're trying to figure out which way to swim because the water is so murky, right? You can only really see squares adjacent to you. So at this point, you're not necessarily sure if you're swimming up, down, left, right. It's almost like being in 0G right now. you just can't get your bearing because you're just kind of suspended in water and you can't really see a direction that you're aiming for. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Uh-oh.
9.
Well,
1, 2. So roll me a d4.
okay.
Southeast.
You do that.
Bottom
What
right.
is it? 6.
So-
There's 4. Okay.
1, 2. 1, 2. Okay. That was determining which direction you were going to end up swimming. To which, make sure I got the right measurement tool here. I don't want a template. I don't want a template. Stop it. This one. All right, and roll me a, so half speed. So roll me a D, let's say a D10. Six. So this is going to move 1 square. Okay. So you rolled a 2 on the D4, north south, that way, and you move 6 feet. So effectively, you're swimming into whatever this is.
God, figures.
Go towards
Alright.
the danger.
Swim into the light.
I've got to save everyone.
All right.
All right, I guess that's my turn.
Yes, sirree, Bob. So you start swimming in a direction like, all right, I got to go a direction this way. And you just kind of start feeling even more of those, those darkened tendrils. I mean, at this point, you could totally see them. There's a lot of them. And you're basically just swimming right into them. But that now determines its turn. To which, let's see, what shall I have it do? I'm gonna have it. Yeah. Alright, so as you basically bump into one of these tendrils, it is going to attempt to give you ye ol' spankaroonie. Just double checking this here. Okay. So it's going to go ahead and slap at you. That'll definitely give you a sizable spankings. I mean, pretty much you swim right into them, right? So it's yeah, you kind of expect to get for this to happen.
I had a nat 1. It's
So I have to it's normal. So you would take yeah, 12 points of damage as these blackened tentacles just slam into you. And let me check if there's anything additional to them.
Will it automatically update, or do I need to change my hit points?
Just change them. Ow. Okay. But that was, it could do that. So yeah, it doesn't really move anywhere. Yep, nope, okay. So that is effectively its turn. a whole lot of slapping. Even Cha can hear the sounds, almost like, you know, when you hear somebody get slapped across the face, it kind of sounds like that, but, you know, 10 times worse. Or I should say, let's see, that was a 12 times worse. And mind you, you're underwater, so you know how sound travels. So, Cha, your turn.
Right, so continue with the same plan. Grab a hold of Zed using his action, and hopefully Kozik starts pulling on the rope. And that's it.
All right.
Safe check.
Hopefully. Not for Zed, because he accepted the help, so you can just grab him.
Okay, so grabs him, hugs on the rope again. With his one free hand, he just starts sliding it up and trying to pull himself out with Zed up the rope, wondering why it's not being pulled up yet. And that's it.
Okie dokie. Niavara. Nothing has surfaced yet, but there is a lot of frantic movement underwater. As, you know, the surface does ripple in somewhat reflection of the chaos ensuing underwater.
I'm gonna keep holding it.
Alrighty. Veldrin. Two of your companions have not surfaced yet. Everybody is waiting on the shore with bated breath. Kozik is preparing to pull the rope. The water is churning. And cheeks are getting slapped, but not, you know.
Not in the fun way.
Allegedly.
Um,
Does it grapple
I'm
on a
not
hit?
sure.
You can breathe down there. Go get their asses.
If the target's a creature. If the target is a creature, it is grapple. Oh. I misread that. I thought I read that as if the target
I understand
is
that
grappled.
as me,
Okay.
the player,
Whatever.
but I'm not sure if Belgian has understood that quite yet.
That's okay. I misread that. That's fine.
Let's see. So can Veldrin see that Zed is being attacked by tendrils? Underwater?
Nope.
That's the case, one of your allies. Oh, gotcha.
All this is happening underwater. In the water, as you recall, the water is very dark to the point where you'd only really be able to see adjacent squares to where you are.
I guess we could put it this way. You know that two of your allies are underwater or not in your company. There were
Yeah.
so potentially you might want to help them if you want to help them.
But the last time he jumped in the water, he almost drowned. So,
But you weren't drowning by the end of it, remember?
yes.
Maybe an inside check to be like, hey, why wasn't I drowning anymore?
Or you've noticed your appearance has changed probably at this point.
I think it's too dark to really tell. Because, like, dark
If you
vision,
have
you don't
dark
really
vision.
see color.
Well,
Well,
dark
TM,
vision.
would those bioluminescent mushrooms like be giving any amount of real light that we could not just be seeing in tones of gray? notice shifts in our body?
Yeah, because there's different colors of the luminescence. But also, if you look at your hands, you realize that they are definitely not elven or skeletal.
Webbed.
That much I will say is pretty obvious. Mm. I mean, if you're unsure, you can hold your turn.
Hold it.
And see what happens. All right. Hold on, I gotta wait for this stupid thing to go away on my screen. Go away thing, so I could hit the next person. Kozik, you've gotten another more frantic tug on the rope, and the water's churning even more than before.
Kozik starts pulling on the rope. Heaving ho.
Eves and the hose.
Hmm.
So they are 15 feet. And what is your movement speed, Kozik?
25.
Half. So I'd say you can get Zed to about... Because they're also helping. Okay, that's fine. I'll say that. So you can get Zed to about the shoreline. You can probably pull Cha up, but Zed will still be a little bit in the water.
Better than nothing.
Yeah, I gave it to him. That's fine.
Yura! 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 He's pulling on the rope. Hempen rope.
Yeah. Oh, there's something terrible down there. There's something terrible. We gotta go. We gotta run away.
Get your ass out of the water. Where's Zed?
Hopefully Zed's not dead.
I mean, you guys...
Damn.
So you guys are adjacent, so you'd see Zed barely in the murky water.
Sorry, I just was watching Pulp Fiction. I had to use that.
That's right. So I mean, I guess except for a move action, that's kind of my turn, right?
Well, I'll say since... Bless you.
Good tight.
Sorry.
Oh.
So I'd say you have an action, because I was kind of suggesting that and this is why I was asking for your movement. If you recall the sort of rule that we had before, being able to use your movement to move somebody, and plus on top of that you had Cha pretty much helping, so it wasn't going to take a whole hell of a lot of effort. So you can't
Also gonna-
move. So you effectively use your move, but you could still, if you want to downgrade an action to a move, you could.
Sure. I mean, can I try to help out Zed out of the water, or one of them out of the water? I guess.
Yeah, if you want to take your whole turn, I'd say you could
Yeah.
downgrade your action as another move and pull him.
Yeah,
I
I
mean-
want to do that. Yura!
You're all on the shore.
What's he looking like? A drowned goose or something?
I'd probably say he looks more like what kind of clothing do you wear, Zed?
Transformed into Ewan McGregor with a mustache.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Yes, let's go with that. No, I just to keep it simple, I kind of just imagine basically what like Jack Sparrow would wear in Pirates of the Caribbean. That sort of aesthetic.
Groovy,
Right.
baby.
He's a sailor pirate. Yeah.
Yeah, very, very much the cliche.
All right. So basically, Zed just kind of looks like maybe a grimace of pain or, you know, something hurts, but it's not physically visible what it is because, you know, he's probably covered. But Zed, you got slapped real hard under there. Probably hit you right in the ribs. Like, oh, that's probably a bruise. That's gonna be a bruise in the morning. You know, maybe it's not just your physical being that maybe took a hit, but also your pride as a seafarer and your, you know, history as a sailor, kind of just flailing underwater as you did. You take 20 psychic damage of disappointment. No, not kidding. Just kidding. Anyway, go on.
Ooh.
All right, so visibly labored and wincing. Zed's just gonna kind of, thanks to Kozik and Cha, he's gonna finally be able to kind of take some deep breaths, but not
forced
too
movement.
deep because he might have some
Cha,
cracked or broken ribs.
Zed, get
and-
away from the shore! Get away from the shore, everybody!
We definitely have to get out here. I don't know how. I'm not sure we could go the way we came, but
Go back! Back up the passage!
The
It's
passage into the
huge.
room with all the teeth in the walls. I don't think so, mate.
Just back up the passage!
We definitely need to get away from the water because there's something down there. Those starry-looking space tendrils, and I got slapped by one quite hard.
You rolled pretty good.
So Zed's just gonna, as he's talking, he's gonna kind of like limp and labor, maybe between Kozik and Veldrin here, and kind of get as close to the wall as possible.
So it's large as 10 feet reach. Okay. All right. Did you want? Yeah, you still have an action.
Let's see. I think
I mean, you can also do something called preparing an action. Usually,
Okay.
usually you take your whole turn to prepare it, but I'm just like, yeah, whatever. At least this time.
so. It'll probably count as an action, but Zed also has a lantern. Is it possible that he can just pull the lantern out, light it really quickly, and just kind of set it down so that we have an area of light, especially based on how murky that water is and the void of those tendrils. I feel like Zed would think being in light at this point is pretty
So-
important.
Right now, I have it marked that Neovar has their lantern. So there's already. That's why you can see what you can see.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Never mind then. Then I think based on his condition, he's not gonna try and prep anything. He might just slump down and kind of go over himself, check himself, make sure he's not, impaled somewhere or something like that based on his injuries.
All right. Nothing seems impaled. Just painful bruises in the rib cage, or
Okay.
pain in the rib cage. It's probably it's only been 6 seconds, so I haven't really had
Mhm.
time to bruise yet. But you know it's gonna bruise eventually. All right, its turn. So you guys above water, now all above water, can see once again the water churn almost in a whirlpool-like fashion with the flailing. At this point, you can start to see whatever it is surface. And it's just an amalgamation of tendrils. It moves very fast.
Yay! Can I shoot it?
Yep. And what are
Okay.
you shooting at it?
a guiding bolt so that when whoever next hits it gets a advantage on hitting them.
Are we
All
still
right,
in
roll that
initiative?
attack. Saving throw.
Is that because you prepped it?
Yes.
That's what prepping is like. It's
Oh,
basically
gotcha.
like waiting until something comes. Something I could say what I'm waiting for, and then that action goes off when it happens.
Okay, awesome. Hell yeah.
And the 16 most definitely hits. And what was your guiding bolt look like again?
It's like a flash of bright light coming out of her dagger. Bright white light coming out of her dagger, shooting its way towards it.
And it
And
definitely
when
hits.
it hits, it flashes it bright white, and sort of leaves a faint outline of it, so that everyone can see it.
And another neat thing I'll need
Right.
you to do,
Mhm.
roll me a D100 to see if
Uh-oh.
something happens.
I don't like that.
Roll that. 25,
Your
50,
quote for tonight.
25, 50. Okay, nothing happens. So very close, but nothing
Mhm.
happens. Okay,
For now.
so you did 16 damage. That's a good chunk.
Not bad.
Yeah, it's a good chunk. All right. Did you want to move?
Probably gonna do something like this to get like out of cone area. I don't know why. I think that Neovar might feel a little bit sus
You gotta get away from the water's edge.
about I'm not worried about the water's edge as much as radius. But up, I don't know. Oh wait, but I can't move because it's not my turn. It's the creature's turn.
Correct. That was your
My ready to action is just the ready to action.
all right, so now it will
Look at us
continue
all
its
in
turn.
perfect cone shape.
5, 10,
I shouldn't have said
5, 10.
anything.
And then it drops a fireball. No. It's gonna just another really just as a point, so you're gonna 60 future type. You need to or be stunned until the next. Oh. Oh. Well then. Let me check something. Don't mind me. Yep, don't mind me at all. Nope. Nothing to see here. Okay. So it's gonna drop that right on top of Kozik. As you see, these tendrils have sprouted from the water and started. It doesn't even look like swimming as much as, just kind of hovering in the water. Just almost like a natural environment. That or, something moving it. And it lobs just this knot of blackness, just pure darkness on top of Kozik, which everybody is within a 20-foot radius. So everybody makes a charisma saving throw. And it only gets to do this once.
Yeah.
So Cha will be stunned.
Oh.
And also, one of the cool things about what I have set up or how Foundry works, is if you click on the stunned, yeah, in the chat log where it says like, you know, charisma saving throw or be stunned until the next turn. If you click on that, it'll actually take you to the website reference.
Oh, nice.
So if ever you're curious of what a certain thing does and it's kind of highlighted like that and underlined, then you could just click and it'll take you to the reference.
Look how charismatic we are, guys.
Oh, right.
Except for Cha.
I'm pretty
Oh, he's
charismatic,
charismatic for
actually.
sure.
But
Well, you
Jaws
guys,
in the water.
well, you guys also do have a couple of inspirations laying around. This is a reminder. Anyway. So before I determine results, does anybody want to do the inspiration thing or no?
For confirmation, I used mine last time, right?
Let's check your character. Let's see. Yes, you did,
I believe I did.
because it is not marked on your sheet. Checking to see who has it. Okay. All right. So, all of you managed to pass, except for Cha, who. So this just blob of darkness lands on top of you and explodes outward, maybe right just above Kozik's head, and you all feel almost overwhelmed, right? It's almost like all emotion and all feeling, all everything just kind of hit you at once. But for the most part, everybody manages to stave it off, except for Cha, who just kind of let's see, stunned. So you're just kind of standing there, just dumbfounded, you know, like a sudden inability to process information, and your body just not really falls limp, but you're extreme brain fog would be the best way to describe it. You're just kind of lost, but everybody else is fine. Maybe your jaw hangs open and drool a little bit, I don't know. Thinking about spiders.
all right.
So that was its action. It moved 5, 10, 15. Wait, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And it still has a little bit of movement. 5, 40. Yep. But that is its turn. It is now in all of your grills. And as it starts to surface a bit, you realize that it doesn't have a body. It's all these tendrils, and they all just kind of merge into a singular point in almost like a sea star, right? But many arms. And at the very center of it, there's a tiny little, almost like black hole that everything seems to be sprouting out of. But what that means, who knows? And of course, you still see the light in the water. Trying to ping it, but I gotta... Right there where Veldrin dropped it. All right. So you are stunned until the end of its turn. And so it looks like all you do is... Okay. Skips your turn. So pretty much you're just standing there, jaw agape.
Agape.
Agape. All right. So Niavara, your instincts were correct. If only you were able to move before that happened, but you were unaffected by it.
So I guess like the question is, does moving a stunned party member, like moving into a space to like swap their locations, does that count as an action? Or does that count as object interaction?
So, yeah, as we had, determined earlier on, you can move a party member, but it takes twice your movement to do so.
That's fine.
But it's also
swapping
forced
places
movement,
with-
so they don't
I-
count as an attack of opportunity. However, if that's also going to be the same rule for monsters, so.
And I'm scooching Shaw like with me. There we go.
Why did mark
And
that?
with my
Unmark?
casting inflict wounds.
Alrighty.
And this is
Oh,
black
oh, there we
energy
go.
comes out through her daggers as she sort of. The daggers don't actually seem to ever stab the beast. Oh.
They most definitely don't seem to stab the beast. Make a melee spell attack against a
Fuck it.
creature you can reach.
I'm using my inspiration.
Yeah, can't get any worse than that.
That ass. Try again.
Ooh.
There we go.
Roll me another D100 real quick. 550. Okay, nothing happens.
So ominous.
Is it save based? Nope. Okay. All right, so you
Another-
reach out
I'm so.
and you touch it for 13 necrotic damage. 13. At this point, it is looking, in other editions, bloodied. As the tendrils are writhing in more frantic, less calculated, painful, just kind of something in pain that's just writhing right now. But still, quote-unquote, kicking, as it were. Is there anything else you would like to do?
No, and I give up my turn.
All right, Kozik.
Oh
This
wait,
thing.
it was
what?
Veldrin's turn. I'd already. You skipped over
Oh,
Veldrin.
yeah, it did. Oh, you hit the thing. Okay, that's why. It is Veldrin's turn. 11-8. Are they hitting a?
Oh,
Are they hitting to do that? Is there an initiative that shows up on screen?
will
Oh, it is. Oh,
ask my good old Toll the Dead.
saving throw. Oh, it has advantage because it's. Oh, did I do that right in the other one? Oh. Okay. So you cast Toll the Dead, and the bell rings, the bell tolls, but the creature, probably maybe because it doesn't really have ears, or it's just not listening to you. Nothing, it doesn't seem to affect it. Yeah. Would you like to move anywhere?
Yes.
Keeping in mind there will be attacks of opportunity if you move without disengaging. So we'll get the slap at you. So you
Go
know.
ahead, slap at
Okay.
me.
I'll do a one mentomical. Attack roll. Normal. It whips out at you, but does not seem to gain any purchase. Actually, you know, maybe it does, but it just kind of slaps you on the ass. But does no damage because it didn't really hit. Okay.
This creature is very handsy.
Now it's Kozik.
All right. I'm seeing all this stuff happening. I got hit by the black explosion, and I felt the darkness travel through me and into the earth, and I was unscathed. And I don't like this thing attacking my newfound friends. So I'm going to attempt to cast Witch Bolt. Throw that out there. I'm not going to move.
Wait a
because
minute.
I don't want a target of opportunity. Cast that spell.
Give me 1 second, actually.
Sure.
I think we didn't calculate something. Radiant damage, we did that. Hold on, I'm checking the chat log real quick. How long does that last? Make a range spell attack against a town, the target takes radiant damage, and the next attack roll. Checking something. So actually, Niavara, you would be taking back that inspiration because your guiding bolt technically was still active. Because nobody did an actual attack roll against it. So your inflict wounds would have used the advantage anyway. That's why I was like, wait a minute. Yep, because that was the first attack roll after that. Yeah.
Right, so when I attack, I have advantage on this guy because he's illuminated, right?
So at this point, no, that's actually why I went back to double check it. It only works for a single attack. Actually, you know what? Since I wasn't paying attention, I'll let Niavar make a call. Do you want to keep your inspiration or make it so Kozik has advantage on this attack? That's a Niavara decision.
It helps if I'm not muted when I'm saying this.
Ah,
So I'll go ahead. I declared that I was using inspiration. I forgot about it as well. I will not punish Kozik for my fuck up. Take
okay.
advantage.
So in this cave of mystery,
Yeah,
things
screw
that
that.
perhaps should have expired have not. And it still has a little point of light on it, I guess.
Yeah. So at this situation, you'd roll normally.
Okay.
Because how it works is if you used a range attack in melee, you have disadvantage. However, if somebody gives you advantage, that cancels out the disadvantage and makes it a normal attack.
Okay, so it's just normal. Okay,
Correct.
Awesome. So I
As
do
opposed to otherwise, yeah.
I do get a perk, but only to negate a negative. So 2 negatives make a positive. Cool. Okay, let's attack.
Well, they even out.
So a crackling blue energy comes out of my hand there. Gah! Back into the depths with you, you tentacled freak. He's gonna attack. Normal.
Nice.
All right, 12. I don't know.
12. Let's see. It'll be close.
Oh, I just liked the insult.
Oof. Unfortunately, a 12 will not land.
All right. It skims off the surface of the water, pew, and hits up into the ceiling somewhere, maybe rattling a stalactite or two. But nothing happens.
If you moved away,
Curses!
if you moved
Then,
away, you could have done it, but
I don't want to move for fear of it attacking me, lashing out. So
so
I
something
kind of redouble my dwarven stance. Go ahead.
so something to take into account, because attacks of op haven't really come up as often. So it already used its reaction this turn to swipe at Veldrin. So at this point, if you were to get out of its melee reach, it will not be able to attack it because it's already used that action economy.
I'm gonna stand firm with my cohort here in any rate. Stand in the place where I live and kind of sneer at this creature. Ah, next time.
Rawr.
And I
Dwarf.
guess that's my turn.
All right. Zed, this thing that you just barely managed to escape from has, well, you don't really know if it's chasing you or if it's just looking for a closest target, but it is no longer in the water, and it is most definitely aggressing. Being aggressy.
Hmm.
10.
So, got a question.
Yeah.
Do I have any ranged capabilities? Like, can I throw a dagger?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
So you have 2 daggers. They can be thrown. If you had like a bow or something, you could probably use that because it's also a dex-based weapon. But doesn't look like you do.
Right. Okay. So Zed's gonna kind of, if you can imagine, still laboring. He's gonna kind of scoot himself along the wall, almost kind of shimmy his shoulders back and forth as he's lifting his body up with his legs, and he gets to his feet and just grabs one of his daggers from his belt, and
Does he
with
get
his best, I'm hoping his best throw, throws it right to that almost black hole of a center that you were talking about. So,
all right? Roll away.
well, it does say, so I clicked on my dagger and it says, oh, okay, never mind. There we go.
All right, the dagger definitely lands purchase of whatever might be within that blackened void.
All right.
And give me damage. And I'm gonna see if he has sneak attack on that. That's range weapon. That's another enemy. You don't need advantage on the attack of another enemy. 5 feet of it is capacity, and you don't need advantage on the attack roll if another enemy of the target's within 5 feet. Okay, I'm just reading up on sneak attack real quick. It says you don't need advantage on the attack roll if another enemy of the target is within 5 feet of it. That enemy isn't incapacitated, and you don't have disadvantage on the attack roll. So how I'm reading it is you should be getting sneak attack.
Oh, awesome. All right.
In addition, don't need
And
advantage
so
on the
I
attack.
roll that as well.
Yes, for damage. So 7,
Thank you.
14.
I did not realize that.
I wonder if that's an update. That's why you have to have. Either way. All right, so you just threw 14 damage with the pokey thing. So minus 14. It's looking real bad. Real bad. As you flung the daggers into this blackened void, based on its reaction, I mean, you don't really see what it hit, but based on its reaction, you hit something. And the tendrils, with their previously fanatical writhing and pain, and maybe even a squelch or something here and there, you would definitely get a feeling you hit something sensitive. But it does still remain an active enemy in front of you. Very close.
Hmm. So now that Zed's thrown the dagger and kind of back up to his feet, I think just instinctively, like, again, this creature is just a mass of tentacles. There's no sense of direction or front or back or anything like that. However, I think Zed, knowing that we've just had this kind of black, I don't know, would it be like an or whatever, the attack that just hit all of us, he's going to make his way across, so I can move, right? Am I, based on my health, does that affect my movement at all?
Nope.
Okay.
Your movement is 30 feet, unless, otherwise stated by difficult terrain or restrain.
And each tile's 5?
Yep.
Okay.
So one of the things you can do on the left side of your screen, if you go down to where it says measure distance, if you click on your token and measure a distance, and then hit spacebar, it'll just move you to that distance.
There we go. Cool.
Walls
All right.
permitting.
Zed's gonna labor over here.
Alrighty. Its turn. It's
Hopefully to distract it from the rest of the group.
hopefully. Its potential last turn, depending on, if people land attacks. It sees 2 very juicy targets in front of it. So it, they could, it has multi-attack, so one tentacle is going to get swiped at Kozik, and one tendril is going to go for Niavara. So this one will be for Kozik. Alright, it definitely manages to slam into you. Maybe even a couple of them, right? Because you guys have torn this thing up a good bit, so maybe it's just, you see like 3 of the tendrils intertwine and wrap into each other, and basically just be used as a singular tendril to smack you. For
I knew it. I knew this was gonna happen. Ugh.
for 9 points of damage.
Okay. So then when I click on the hit points, like that one on the left of the slash there, just change that -9.
Yeah, if you actually just put -9, it should do the math for you. If not, just,
No, let's give it a try.
that's how mine's been working anyway.
But 19.
And then the one for Niavara. Slap. Oh, and Kozik, give me a wait, how do I? Targeted creature is grappled. Escape DC 14. Okay, so when it hits, it grapples. That's why I miscalculated. So it hit you and went for a grapple, but I've been kind of missing that mechanic. You know what? Fuck it. It doesn't grapple. I didn't do it before. No point in starting now.
Chainmail was too hefty for it to grab onto.
Yeah, and it's more going for damage anyway, as opposed to trying to grab you. All right, so, man, I've been fucking up a lot tonight. Maybe that's anywho. And then the other one went for Neofar and didn't even really. It focused all its attention on poor little dwarf. And that is all it can do this turn. To which we move up to Cha, who is no longer stunned.
Nice. I feel
Oh.
retribution coming.
What? Cha turns toward
The end of its
the
turn. So that would
creature,
have been.
and his
Yeah.
satyr brow furrows, and his eyes turn to flame. He bares his fangs. He starts shaking with rage and jumps at it, holding out his staff, slow motion, bringing it right down into the center of this thing, screaming, roaring with rage and frustration. He's going to attempt to hit this creature.
Nice.
Show me what you got.
How do I delete what's... On D20. Hold on. Okay.
Bow, bow, ba-da-da,
Delete.
bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. What are you trying to do?
I tried to hit the regular D20, but then I accidentally hit a D12, and then I can't seem to get rid of the D12, and it wants to roll with the D20. So I'm just going to my inventory to my quarterstaff. Gonna roll that.
You roll it once and then it'll be in the chat. And that's where you do the
Attack. Okay, so this is gonna actually be
12.
1d20 plus 3, so that would be or it would be plus 5. So whatever this is says -1. That would actually be a 3, so it would be a 3 more than that. So a 14.
A 14 just barely would hit.
Okay.
And roll me just a quick little d20.
Okay.
Okay. Continue.
Okay. So he was holding with both hands, which is a D8.
See if he rolls
Gosh,
well.
did it
He might be able to
again.
down it. It's only got 9 more hitty points.
D8.
6
Okay,
plus.
so that would be 6 plus 3 for 9 damage. Immediately going to take spend a key point and do flurry
I'll
of
say
blows.
save your flurry of blows because 9 is exactly
Okay.
what you needed. Like literally 9 was the number to hit.
It's like there's fire licking off
That's
the
9.
back of Cha's satyr body as his hooves and his entire being just roar down on this thing. Right into that space.
Yeah, so you bear down on it, and with its last moment of potential self-preservation, a few of the tendrils reach up to try and shield itself, but your swing is too mighty as you tear through its, attempt to defend itself and slam into, the rest of its body, causing it to fall limp for just a moment. Hold on, just gotta make sure I want to mark that. And the tiny black hole that all of this was emerging from, seemingly, the remainder of it that haven't been chopped off or dismembered or, severely damaged, gets sucked back into this tiny void.
Splashes down into the water. As the thing disappears.
Fucking hell! I'm sick of this place!
And he's like spitting fire from his mouth.
And you're in the water, aren't you?
Yeah.
Give me a perception check.
Okay.
Ooh. Something interesting might just happen here. Never mind.
Tracks.
If only it didn't roll so well at the start of the session. Fiddlesticks. That's okay. So you're
So
so
the-
infuriated, so enraged, and this water's so murky, and at this point, this, well, whatever this creature was, caused the disturbance that it did in its existence, and now in its, untimely death. You don't really seem to notice much out of it, but you still see that little globe in the water. It's the faint light. That's where Veldrin dropped it.
So Child Rage swims down to pick it up. He's just like fuming. He's like,
We fought for it, we're gonna take it, whatever the fuck it is!
he's gonna swim down, he's gonna grab it.
And I'll say, since there's not really much of a threat, even if it is difficulty for you to get down there, you could get down there without really worrying about it.
I have a feeling that we see like steam coming off the water because of got so hot.
Yeah, he is. Wink.
You've never seen him so furious in the
It's
how long
Chaw.
did it go? Like 2 weeks.
Yeah, at this point, if he's this mad, I'm kind of scared.
So you reach for this orb, and it just so happens to be you. It just so happens to be you. So in your anger, in your frustration, in your momentary lapse of self-control, you, Cha, reach for this orb, and you grab it, but it is not as solid as you think it would be. It looks like a glass orb, but when you touch it, your hand sinks into it.
Oh,
Okay.
And there's a slight warmth on your chest. And then it gets freezing cold. Do you investigate what that is in your moment of rage? Has your rage been
Absolutely.
replaced with curiosity?
It has pretty quickly, actually.
That key on your torso, it changed from obsidian to jade.
His hand is in the globe. The other hand is touching the key and looking at it. His satyr, long clawed satyr fingers.
And give me a quick wisdom saving throw. As this will determine something. Do 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 do. 11. Okay.
11.
So for just a moment, you feel yourself, your mind, maybe even your body, maybe even your soul. You can't tell. It's all happening at once. But you feel yourself being pulled away, pulled out of, pulled, just pulled. And a true out-of-body experience. And you blink, and you're just floating in the void. Floating amongst the stars, floating in an endless sea of darkness and specks of light. And throughout this, you see myriads of creatures that boggle the mind, honestly. Anywhere from giant faces in the void with no bodies, amalgamations of hundreds of arms clumped together, grasping at nothing. Maybe even some kind of humanoid creature with a squid forehead, flying some kind of weird seashell-shaped ship. And amongst all this, a singular cloud, very small, but it just kind of almost draws you to it, but you don't know what it means. You don't know what it represents. There's a connection with it. Something that goes beyond your connection with, well, your family. Not that you really had much of a connection with them anyway, right? But there's something more. And with that 11, you are pulled back to reality as you're kind of underwater. You know, you're angry, you're just angry and mad, and you kind of exert yourself a good bit. The key that is at your chest falls back to the obsidian color. And checking this, yeah. And you're essentially back in your body as you were before, with, you know, significantly less air than you recall.
Any can he hold on to this ball at all, or it's just totally impossible to grab at this point?
At this point, the orb has completely disappeared.
Gone. And the light of it has disappeared as well.
There is a light, and all you see there is what best you can tell is just a small marble. But it has a much different feel to it than, you know, what you originally touched. And to which everybody that has undergone a change reverts to normal.
So the marble, is it able to be grabbed, or it's just
Oh yeah,
kind
you
of like-
still have it. It's just whatever power was within this has now fallen to just an innate object. You'd probably get a feel.
Damn it.
Gotcha. He takes the marble anyway, kind of like sticks it into his trousers, and then just swims back up super fast, comes to the surface. Ah! He just kind of yells out in the cavern. It echoes off the watery walls.
And let me get rid of the combat. There you go.
Tentacles, houses that eat you, spiders that I can't eat. Oh, hey, my hooves are gone. Hey, that was kind of fun. Oh, all of you, you look yourselves. And so
Nevar
Chow will
gives
tell them. I will tell them exactly what happened. I touched it, and this key, and he holds out the key and shows it to everybody. I haven't really told you about this key, but it was basically the last thing I took from my home before I escaped from the Nine Hells, joined my group, the Shadow Reapers, and escaped. This was the one thing I took from my home. I knew it was very important to my parents,
Can they
but I
see?
did not know why.
Okay.
But anyway, it turned into jade when I touched that sphere, that glowing sphere. And then I was cast into a vision with strange creatures out in space.
Let's
And
mute
this
that.
cloud was, I don't know, it was calling to me. And then suddenly I'm back underwater in myself, and the key turned back to its obsidian. And we are all back to normal, I guess. I don't know. What do you think? Any experience with this kind of stuff?
I have experience underground and in strange and quiet pools like this underground, but I've never seen anything like this, personally.
It's a new one for me as well, that's for sure. Oh, sorry. my midsection is
Can we
feel quite
can we
tender.
take a rest? Let's take a rest over here, yeah? I didn't see anything else dangerous down there, and I need to sit and collect my thoughts. And Zed, you look terrible. What happened? Did you get?
I've
I was kind of knocked out for a minute.
been better, but I'm gonna survive.
He got his ass
appreciate you
handed to
all.
him.
Get me no.
Oh. It's all right to admit it, Zed.
Wait, I went to high five the
Wait.
creature, not knowing the direction I was swimming down below, and apparently it's got a very strong high five.
We call those high fives now, huh?
It slapped my entire body.
Yes.
That creature was abs.
It kicked your ass.
Yeah, I guess a short rest would probably be okay. Where's a safe spot that we can do it?
How about over by these magic mushrooms? And Charles gonna clip a few more and stuff them in his bag. Feeling of
danger
like
does
getting
seem to
something
be
out of
over.
it.
Does it though?
Danger's not gonna be over if anything else attacks us, because I'm going to be danger. I was like, okay. I need to meditate, you guys. Just gonna sit. Targets into like solid Zen, full lotus meditation posture by the glowing yellow mushroom. Starts meditating.
Eivor will whisper, I don't think I've ever seen him this mad before. I'm kind of scared. It's kind of intimidating, not gonna lie. Funny, but intimidating.
He's probably mad because you think I got my ass kicked, honestly.
You know, on the one hand, I might consider that our friend would be that sympathetically inclined. On the other hand, if you're mad that I said that you got your ass kicked, you can just say that, you know, you don't have to hide your feelings in another person.
That's called passive aggressive. By the way, you're all standing right next to me. I can hear everything you're saying.
Miyabara is going to smile brightly before collecting her frankly soaked dress, like in a rough motion, and be like, all right, I want to dry off. I do not want to be anywhere near that fuck monster. And I would like to be out of this creepy, damp, dark dungeon. And I know that's probably a little bit sad considering that I'm from a creepy, damp, dark dungeon. We will not think about it, gentlemen.
You know, other than the horrible tentacle monster, it is kind of where we came from, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Where we were just getting out from.
You know, before I start meditating, we just got eaten by a house. We went through its poop chute. We just fought a strange creature from like outer space or something.
Or something.
And we still haven't dealt with whatever those creatures were up there that were popping out of the earth. And then there was that house that seemed totally like clean. That is probably whatever's controlling all this is living in. So yeah. Okay. Meditating now.
And then there's
Thank you
two
for
other
your
paths you
wisdom.
didn't take.
Mm. Mm.
Yeah, I mean, we should keep exploring these caverns, but I think we should do a short rest or something.
So is everybody wanting to do the short rest, or is there something anybody wants to do while everybody's resting? It's the important question.
I think the
I'm
short
fine
rest
with a
is
short
fine.
rest.
All right. So you guys kind of not really barricade yourselves in, but you know you find this area is safe at least. I mean, best you can tell, nothing's attacking you. You dealt with the thing that wasn't here. There's plenty of bioluminescent mushrooms and fireflies that buzz around you. And you could utilize your hit dice to do healing and recover what things can recover on a short rest. I think warlocks get short rests.
Nice. I kind of tilt my dwarven cap over my eyes, and I'm like, "Wake me when it's daylight." And I realize it was a riot.
That's
A
a good
really
one.
dumb thing to say.
Yeah.
That was a good one. Oh, that wasn't a joke?
That
It should have been a joke. It should have been one. If it was one, it was funny. It wasn't, so
was a
it's
going
actually.
honk shoe.
So Zed,
Crying out.
if you want to heal up, you can use your hit dice, and you do that by hitting. So in your character sheet, if you look under your right under your sailor, like where your hit dice are, if you use a short rest, you can spend that many hit dice to heal. So it should prompt.
Okay. So what I have, the number there, I guess.
So where it says S
You
rest,
hit the short rest, yeah, button.
Right. I did that.
Then it should say D, whatever your hit dice is number available, and then
Oh, I
roll.
see. Okay.
And then you can do it 3 times.
Oh, cool.
And whatever the numbers are, is it plus your Constitution modifier, or is it just the hit dice? I don't remember.
I believe
that.
it's
I think
plus your con.
Plus your Constitution modifier is what you get healed.
7. Yeah, plus. Yep.
It doesn't seem like it automatically adds the Constitution modifier, though, does it?
So I'm looking at what Zed
question.
rolled. He rolled a 7 and he got 9. His con is 14, so it looks like it's adding it. 1d8 plus 2.
cool.
Yep.
Okay, I see. It's already doing it in that final bold number. I see.
Yeah.
So I rolled terribly. Okay, I rolled twice.
Oh,
It's like I rolled a 2
that
and
happened to be the first time.
darn.
Yeah, that's how the dice be
and-
sometimes.
And I can keep rolling or just do one?
You can roll
can
up
do
to
up to
3,
three.
Up to 3.
but you're at 20 of 23 health, so
Yeah. So when does the hit dice get reset?
on the long rest.
After a long rest.
Long rest? All right. I'll stay where I'm at.
All right. So you all rest and recuperate, take a moment to, gather yourselves, assess the situation. And the question is, where to go from here? You've already been all around this particular cave, right? So, you know there's no exit.
Nobody look, I'm going to go pee-pee over here.
You don't have to announce those kinds of things.
Well, it was a sort of a meta thing because I'm Be right back.
Just no one drink the water. All right.
So we've already been over here, so we need to go back over this way.
Yep. So remember to click
Neolara
on
is
token controls.
capital P pissed because you know the sensation of like when your clothes are wet but like not quite soaked anymore.
They're just damp.
It's not even damp yet. You know what I'm saying? So like damp is when it's almost dry. It's just moist. It's just
It's not quite clinging to you anymore, but it's still wet.
it's deeply uncomfortable. And she's wearing a full coat, and because it's now soaked, you can see clearly all the outlines where her knives and swords and weapons are stored for a very unsubtle person. Very pissed, very unhappy.
Alrighty.
I can see your weapons, Niavara.
Yeah, and she holds up her fists. Never doubt it.
All right. So it looks like Kozik is moseyed back already. And you see, so Kozik, when you make your way back there, you see that there are two other passageways. One that's kind of looks like there's a little stream of water that goes down the wall there, and one just straight up open passage.
Oh, I think I've got a bad feeling about the water right now. Why don't we avoid that path? Maybe we'll find some mutants or a way out if we go this other way.
Up here?
Yeah. At our 2 o'clock here.
So you should be able to move between those squares. Hope so. Okay, yeah.
There we go. I just didn't want to, get ahead of ourselves here, but yeah, I'll keep moving. Oh, fork. Come on,
I'd like
there we go. The map moved to an inconvenient way. There we go.
okay.
I'm gonna keep heading up.
Ah. And pretty much just like before, it's all just cave, boring and unassuming, until you come to a door.
Yeah, I see it. Hey guys, I see a doorknob or something here. Some sort of affordance on the wall. It's not natural.
They don't know where you went.
Why
They
would
just
there
hear,
be a goddamn doorknob in the middle of a weird spooky cave with mushrooms?
So I'll see if Shaw's back yet. Okay. So pretty much, you come to this door, right? It's old, rickety wooden. I mean, it looks like it functions, right? It looks like it's still in one piece, but it does look old and soiled and not very clean. And there's definitely a knob on it.
well, I say, well, my parents always taught me to be polite, and I knock on the door. I kind of bang on it with my dwarven hammy fist, but
You ham fist it.
yeah.
So you bang on the door, doom, doom, doom. And you can hear shuffling on the other side. What?
Sir, there's a party of adventurers out here. We're requesting some assistance.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I am Kozik Deepshaft, a dwarf. Who might you be?
And you can hear the laugh, two laughs from the other side of the door.
Back.
So
Right, God.
to get
We've
you
made
caught
our
up.
way.
Did everybody leave? Watch, I was going pee.
Yep.
Oh my god.
We thought you were right behind us.
But yeah, we're just thematically saying you're falling behind. So pretty much they went the other way. This path to the north here,
Okie dokie.
and they got up to here, and there was a little fork in the cave, and then everybody's there now. There. And
There's a door with a
Alright.
doorknob all of a sudden.
Door with a doorknob all of a sudden.
Yeah, just
It's
in
kind
the cave.
kind of the terminus of this path. And there's somebody behind it. I knocked on the door and called out, and there's some cheeky fellows or something on the other side.
Okay. Gotcha.
Nevar is like, okay, Scooch, I'm going to crack this door open one way or
Alright, we'll
another.
move out
I'm
of the
not
way.
letting anyone laugh at me.
So what did they say?
So-
I told them we were adventurers, and they said that was unfortunate.
And then he
And
said,
they
"My
kind of
name is
laughed.
Kozik Deepshaft," and they started laughing.
I am
I mean, it
going
is a
to
funny
attempt
name.
to open this door. If it's locked, like she's gonna push and pull on it. Is it
It's de-
locked?
it is definitely locked.
All right, thieves' tool time, baby.
Toss gonna knock on it with his staff. Let us in, please. We're having a really tough time down here. Can you help us out or what?
And give me a persuasion. As Nevar's already started busting out the tools, starting to get the get the pieces in the lock there.
And we tried to been eaten by a house. We just had to fight some horrible creature. Just looking for a way out.
Well, damn.
21.
Well, damn's right.
And well, any food?
Yeah, we got food.
If-
Want some food?
You hear the door unlock at the exact same time that Nevar manages to get it picked.
Oh, don't mind her. She was checking to see if your doorknob was broken.
Doorknob never broken unless you break it.
Do you want us to break it?
Oh,
Okay. He starts rifling.
I mean, not unless
through
you
his
have food.
bag.
You can do whatever you want if you have food.
Yep, I'm right.
So
Looking, getting some food, and he pulls out some like dried fruit. And
Do
some
you open the
jerkies
door?
and- Oh yeah.
Because you heard it unlock, they didn't open it.
Oh hey, hey there.
So
He kind of pulls out an apple and some dried pineapple, some horse jerky.
oh. So
Like,
the first
here.
thing you see are two ratty-looking kobolds. They barely have clothing on, like they're tattered at best. Behind them, there's like a table with a bunch of like old rotting meat. Maybe like small cups of water of some kind. Maybe not even cups, right? That's too advanced. Some rocks that have a bowl shape that they collect water in. It's weird. It's just like really rotty food and stuff. And you present them with actual food. They kind of, they
Man,
almost
you
like do
guys.
that like excited cat kind of, like at your shins and just like, food.
Yeah, here you go.
Right.
Check it out. This stuff is pretty fresh. What's up with you guys? Your food's looking pretty bad. Is there enough good pickings down here?
They shake their heads as they immediately just start scarfing whatever you throw them.
Yeah. I kind of looks back at the others. Grab a couple of rations. Maybe they can show us the way out.
Food,
Hey,
food.
it's me, Kozik. We talked just a moment ago.
Oh yeah, you. You got a funny name. Your parents must have
Yes,
hated you.
Mr. Deep Shaft, indeed, yes. And I wonder, do you fellows live down here?
Of course, we live down here. Silly question to
What
ask.
Where do you find food?
We scavenge.
Indeed.
Many
We just-
holes in walls. Just big enough for tiny people.
Do you happen to know a way out to the surface world, the world where there's sunlight?
Yeah. You go that way, and then you go up, and you go out.
Have you
And,
been up
uh,
into
And pretty
the
much
house?
they point out the direction you came.
Yeah.
That's not going to be an option. There's a very dangerous creature there.
Lots of spiders.
But spiders no bother us. Spiders don't mind.
Anyway,
Killed by spikes, right? That's what drove us down in here. The room was kind of
there were teeth.
collapsing on itself. Yeah,
Not sure what you
Alright.
talk about. That's crazy.
you're
I
telling
mean, it
us.
was pretty crazy.
But we safe down here. Mom keeps safe.
What about that? What about that pool around the corner? You've had any problems there with any creatures?
Wait, you said mom keeps you safe?
One of them not, in between scarfing the apple, nods.
Mm-hmm.
Who's your mom? Where is she?
She comes and goes.
Is she
But
a
she say-
kobold?
No, definitely not cobalt. You good if she
Dragon?
cobalt? I mean, I don't think so. Yeah.
And he pokes the other one that's still like ripping at the jerky.
Uh-huh. Oh.
Is your mom okay with guests?
I mean, she hasn't killed you yet, so probably.
Is she
Is
here?
your mother a malevolent
Oh.
tentacled creature that lives in that pool?
They look at you almost like with a, when you tell a dog to do something, it just tilts his head to the side like, what the, huh?
Think that they saw that thing like we did. Why?
Maybe not.
Well, who's your mother? Is she here? Like, can we meet her?
I mean, not a lot of people come to meet her. Most people, last time she say someone come in here and go into a pool of water and take something really important out.
Ah, and that was a bad thing or a good thing?
I guess it was bad. We haven't gone back over there.
Oh,
We don't go that way.
I see. Yeah, it's pretty scary. Hey, do you guys know anything about stuff going on up in the surface in the forest? I know there's big spiders, but there are other bigger creatures too. Did you see any of them?
They shake their heads.
And I think no spiders.
Crab
I mean,
looking.
there were those and
And they kind of point to the pile of rotting food and flesh on the table.
I mean, they kind of look like that. But Mom say no mess with them. They're fine.
Oh, you got one of them. Nice. Was it
Well,
tasty?
Well, no, that's what they look like.
Yeah. Is it tasty? And Chaw's like sniffing toward the thing.
Oh, it smells. Oh.
Oh,
Even as a creature that will drink pea water and eat almost anything, even you're just like, oh, well, that's ooh. I'm surprised that hasn't turned into some other monstrous creature based on how it smells.
okie dokie. Can you show us the way up to the surface? We've got some business to take care of up in the woods.
I mean, we can. If you have more
That'd
food.
be great. And Chaw looks back at everybody. Have any rations you can spare anybody? I'm almost out.
Let me go get some of my stuff.
And this
I've
one
got
just
some.
starts to meander back into, well, I guess outside of your vision. No, you can kind of. And you hear a knocking on another door. And yeah, let's see how far. 5, 20. And you hear some other conversation happening further down the cave.
Oh, you're down here with some other friends, eh?
Mm-hmm.
You guys need some fresher meat. Haven't you been doing any hunting up in the woods?
We know hunt. We go out,
Yeah.
scavenge, find things we eat. I mean, kobold eat anything. Watch.
And he reaches down to the ground and grabs a rock and just swallows it whole.
Whoa!
We eat anything. It's just meaty things taste better.
Right. Gosh, even I haven't eaten the rocks. Yeah, I should
Oh, really?
try them.
Grabs a pebble and offers
Go.
it to you.
Shaw, it's not.
Grabs it.
Trust me. Not what you think it is.
Well, I mean, it's a rock. I've seen rocks before, but I've never tried to eat one. Chalk kind of starts grinding away a little bit at it.
It's most definitely
faint,
tastes like a rock.
clunky. It's like a bit of granite, maybe some quartz. Hey, thanks. What are your guys' names? You have names?
They shake their heads.
I'm me, and I'm me.
Names. Okay, sure.
Or children? I don't know. Mom calls us kids.
Oh, okay. That's cool. I am Cha.
Ha cha cha.
That's right.
Well,
You guys like to dance?
I like to dance. I mean, maybe one of the other ones in the other room like to dance too. I don't know. They never danced before, but maybe they do.
Do any of us
Nothing
have a
so-
musical instrument or like any musical ability we can make these guys dance?
Cha has his flute. Does anybody else have an instrument?
I don't think I do. I don't know what that will gain us, but it seems fun.
It does seem fun. Cha pulls out his flute and he starts pulling some serious, like Jethro Tull.
The acoustics are great in the cave.
so first off, give me a performance. And secondly,
Yeah.
since you are where you are, I'm checking your vision range. You can see that there is another door at the further down the hall, but it's pretty much on the edge of your vision. I'm just checking who could see it. He can see it. He can't see it. He definitely can't see it.
18.
So you do a sick riff. And then he's like mimicking to them to like move their feet and step to the beat. They dance like small creatures that have never danced before. So it's an amalgamation of weird body movements, swooshing their tails, and head bobs.
There you go. You got it, guys. Yeah.
You should
Looks
show
back
Mom.
at his
Music
party.
good. Mom might like it.
Sure, I'd love to. Is she up there? She want to meet?
If Mom here, she down that way.
And it points to basically continuing forward along this path.
All right, thanks, guys. Girls, we'll see
Thanks,
you
Cole.
later.
So yeah, we can continue down the path. Let's go.
Enjoy that jerky.
I mean, they follow you closely.
I just walk right in,
I mean,
or should I knock?
probably not.
Knocks on it with the staff.
What? Go
Hi
away.
there. Oh. Now looks back at his new friends. Me to go away.
Yeah, they like that.
Pardon us, we're looking for a way to the surface. Please help us.
Why?
I have some horse jerky.
Door unlocks and immediately opens.
Taz holding out like this nice thick strip
Hey,
of
that's our
fragrant
food.
horse
Yeah.
jerky.
The other two guys charge into their room.
There's
Yeah.
more of them.
That's ours.
Oh, it's plenty for everybody to share.
And they kind of push each other around a little bit like,
Mine, 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 mine.
So while y'all are having that discussion, well, what's the kindred in the back doing? The two elves.
Bald. Kind of amazed, behooved.
You say gall?
Yes, Gald.
Awesome.
From the icons, it kind of looks like all three of them are kobolds.
There's 4 of them.
Where's the 4? Oh my god.
They're multiplying.
They're at this point they're kind of climbing all over each other. They're kind of shoving each other around like, my food. He promised us food. No, mine. He gave us horse meat. He gave us apples first. That means he likes us more. And basically just arguments like that back and forth between the 4 of them.
Meanwhile, Chop just throws like little specks of like walnuts and other bits of dried
Can I save
dishes
that?
and
Okay.
nuts. Like, there you go. You all get some. Nobody's a favorite here.
Except for me. No, me.
Until
You know
you're
what, you're-
picturing Chaw
you're
like
all my
feeding
favorite.
fish.
Basically. He's found his koi pond.
Where's the hawk when you need one? Niavara is going to like step over them one at a time to make her way past them. Like, what the fuck? What the
What-
fuck? What the fuck?
One
what
of
the fuck?
them looks at you.
You have food too? Huh? Food?
Shaw looks at her and like raises his eyebrows and kind of nods his head toward the creature.
I do, but it's all wet. You don't want any of it. You want his food because it's nice and dry.
Oh, chewy
Smile.
food.
Shaw rolls his eyes.
Flavorful.
And also, since Kozik moved forward, one of them also followed Kozik.
Food?
I kind of root around in one of my pockets and find a couple spent matches that I toss his way.
Oh, exotic.
He eats them.
Like, Cha,
Oh,
save the pineapple. Come on.
we can get more back in town. Come on, look at these guys. They're starved.
We'll see. These kobolds, I think, have to prove their merit, but they seem nice enough.
So,
You're just upset
Checking
that
your
they made fun of
range.
your name.
so
You know
Kozik.
everybody makes fun of your name behind your back, right?
Kozik kind of straightens his back a little bit and pretends he looks away.
So those of you who've effectively like kind of crossed that little water threshold definitely get the aroma of, ooh boy, there's some pungent aroma further down this cave. These kobolds seem unfazed by it whatsoever. Like they don't even notice it. But something stank real bad down here.
Can Niavara, in her endless amount of things that she's had to study, make some sort of check to see what kind of smell is it? Body odor, decomposition odor.
Sure, give me a nature. Wait, hold on. Nature survival. Take your pick.
I
Jack
will
in the
pick whatever
box.
is better. Mm.
Man.
You
Would you
can't
like my
quite tell.
inspiration?
Yeah, you can give it inspiration if you want.
Can any of us? Like, do we recognize it? Would it be close enough to any of us that we would get it?
I mean, we
Yeah,
all
we do.
smell it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gave my
And-
inspiration to Niavara.
Yeah. Watch me roll worse.
You rolled better.
Hey,
But only
there you
just.
go.
She'll ask Zed, like, what the fuck is that smell?
Zed, catch up.
Zed, you Ship boy, what is that smell?
I'm
Got
not
water
sure
in
what
your
you think
ears.
I know what that smell is.
Is it body odor or is it rotting flesh?
They're
Does
important
Zed know?
questions. Mm,
What was it? What'd you ask?
Does Zed know?
Where he is, he can't smell nothing.
Up here, Zed. What you doing back there?
He don't smell nothing.
I'm not trying to, let anyone behind us.
You don't
And as you
like
say
it.
that, there's a kobold at your ankles. Food? Food? And he looks up at you with the biggest, brightest, like
Oh,
the like the biggest anime eyes that it could possibly look at you with. Food?
So
Yeah.
he'll pull a little food from his rations. And he's like, "All right, little fella, as long as you follow me and you stay in front, I'll give you some food."
Food! He stays in front. Food, food, food. Food, food, food. I got best food. You guys suck.
But he's not gonna let any of the other kobolds get behind him.
Food. All right. So Kozik, as you're moving down this hallway, the walls have quickly begun to change their texture. A lot more moisture, a lot more almost like a slime-like coating along the walls everywhere in here. And as you move to where you do, you see a tiny little, what kind of looks like a little altar of some kind. And it looks like it has these reeds or vines maybe, and a light that emanates from it, and a small pool of water next to it. But it's all completely surrounded by things very akin to what you saw upstairs. Well, quote unquote stairs. These
You mean those little?
these pods,
Yeah.
and they line this, at this point, basically in front of you everywhere. It's just, they're all over the place.
I call out to one of the kobolds. I say, "Oh, you fellow.
Huh? Food?
What do you? Well, that depends. What do you make of these little pods? These little strange growths here. Do you know anything about those?
Mom, take care of them." And
Are
the
they-
other kobolds, hearing the word food, kind of run up. Food?
gives Kozik like a very concerned look.
Does your mother care for these pods?
Mom
Are
grow
they
them.
dear to her?
I guess. She say she'd take
Hmm.
care of them. Good experiment.
Since Cha is right next to me, I say, my inclination is to take these pods out, but I don't.
That's it. Shh. And he just kind of puts his finger to his lips.
Hmm. Maybe can we meet your mom?
Shaw looks over at Veldrin like with a very intense, like everything's changed. He went from like lighthearted and sharing his rations with these creatures to like we're in serious danger.
Where the heck is I had it? Where'd it go?
Zed, do you want to come up here and have
There
a
it is.
look in the beautiful cavern of our friends?
Would you hate me if I said no?
Oh, he was talking to Zed.
That's
He knew
true.
that you would say no.
Zed'll
Well,
mosey on forward up here with everyone.
And Shaw kind of looks at him intensely and looks up at the egg sacs and all and the stuff, and he's like, puts his finger to his lips, and he's like,
Zed's like, "Oh, I, it's actually, Very, very interesting. Would you would you all like to expand upon what's going on here? Kind of motioning toward the kobolds, and he looks over at Shaw and he just kind of gives a nod, like something's up.
Shaw
Is-
turns around. to
Zed,
the
you do see
creatures and-
that there's a alternative path that is also lined with these things. Everybody can kind of see it, but yeah.
Shaw turns to the creatures and just looks at them with like kind of a sad intensity, but also is smiling. He's like, you know, we'd like to have a private discussion with your mother. Would you guys mind going up to the other side of the passage and eating the rest of these rations while we have a talk with her?
Ooh, food.
Shaw kind of throws a bunch of the rations up the passageway. Just take those up to the door back there and relax while we go talk to your mom.
Okay. Food, 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 food. They give us so much food. Real food this time. Like the
Their voice kind of fade off into the cave.
There you guys. Our game plan here.
Yeah, can we navigate amongst these things without like destroying them or is it kind of like landmines or yeah, what's the situation?
I mean, they're everywhere. You could make your way through them, but the floor is also kind of has a mucus coat. So more of a step
Yeah.
lively.
Uh,
And mind you,
Listen, if we
these
can
are even
take these
attached to the
things-
ceiling above you.
We might need to maybe start a fire, do something, take all these out, but I think maybe we should go to the source first.
yeah, what if I attempt to go down here to the altars? Can I do that?
Careful. I will go in behind him slowly.
You're certainly free to do so.
All right, that's what I want to do.
So you get to these altars, and pretty much just like before, they just kind of look like little decorative altars. There's no real identifiable symbols, maybe some runes or something, but no like actual words attached to them. Yeah, one looks very nature driven, right? There's like maybe a little brown and gold piece painted stone with this circle around it, with a circle on it, sorry. And there's like little twigs and leaves and such that are holding, that kind of wrap up and around like this little orb that gives off just enough light. And the other altar appears to be just sort of a little, not really a bathtub, but a pool of water that is being maintained. So not really like, just kind of held there. Almost like a washing stand or something, but it's on the ground, so it's not really standing up.
That seems
Does
kind
it
of
seem
out
like
of
there's
place.
anything magical?
Yeah.
about them?
I don't know, is
Or
there?
just seem.
I can do an
You said
arcana check.
there's like runes on them or something.
Go for it.
Okay, I'll go ahead and do it first. There we go. Boom.
Nice.
These are the 19. These are both definitely arcane in nature. Well, not in nature. I mean, there's arcane attached to the things. So you would pick up.
Definitely like the plant one. I feel some sort of affinity to that style of worship.
So on the plant one, since that's the one you're looking at first and foremost, there would be a hint of, conjuration on that one.
Hmm.
Yeah, conjuring summoning.
My mystic skills are still so new. I don't quite know how to interpret that.
And the one to the next of it, that one registers a little bit of everything. Almost just like pure unadulterated arcane. Like if you were to just take all of the schools and break them down to their base components, just raw energy. And with the 19, you can definitely tell, not really see it because you don't have it, but you get the feeling that one is feeding the other, or they're intertwined somehow. And you'd probably ascertain the one that's just raw energy is keeping the one that is of the conjuration very active and alive.
Like full of life here in this weird. This is very strange, isn't it, Cha?
Yeah. You think you could dispel them, maybe? Disturb their arcane flow?
I take off my
There's
mailed
something
glove and I go
lurking.
ahead and I look into the pool, and what do I see when I look in the pool? Anything? Is it just clear water?
Give me a, you know what? Give me a, let's see. Do you stare into it for a long period of time, or just kind of peep into it?
I look into it. I want to see what's in there before I shove my mitts in there.
Ooh, since we rarely get to use this, give me a concentration check.
Okay.
Let's play with some mechanics.
How do I
I'll
do
go
that?
get the I'll go get the others.
Just a
while you're doing that.
concentration.
Charles gonna go grab Veldrin and Yavar and be like, "There's something arcane up here.
So-
It might be sustaining this whole cavern. Can you come and take a look at it, please?"
So it's essentially a con check.
Constitution here.
Yeah.
Okay. I just didn't see where I could click on a concentration here.
Veldrin,
Saving throw.
Just straight con.
Check. Okay.
Yeah, just a check.
All right. Let me just roll that, and then you can.
Okay.
Alright.
Nothing really appears in the water, despite your focus. So what were you saying?
Veldrin, you're the smart one, and the one that's more magically inclined. Go see what's up with the weird water.
You can do an arcana. Like what do you want to do?
I managed to say I see this person. I'm like, yeah, I looked into the water, but I don't see anything.
All right, with
don't
a
know.
nat 20
Nice.
and with the assistance of Kozik, kind of pointing out what he has spotted and noticed, you would definitely be able to tell that this is indeed pure arcane energy being funneled through this pool, which in nat 20, which in turn makes it in the right hands, in the most skilled of casters, in the most trained of individuals, can actually kind of do. The best way to describe it is to filter it, right? You could filter it into any other school of magic that you want, because it is just pure energy, unadulterated. Now, what it's doing here? How it got here? Don't know. But you do know that there's a lot of arcane anomalies that happen, and somebody were to kind of tap into that a little bit, there maybe something like this could come into play. But I would still take somebody extremely powerful to be able to kind of tap into that particular source of energy without causing some kind of crazy anomaly to happen, like a giant void that summons a chaos quadruped or something.
Mimic house.
Right. Who created the mimic house? Can you guys dispel it or disturb it or destroy it or anything?
Hold on, I gotta do something on the GM layer real quick. There we go.
Maybe it's like summoning these creatures here. Summoning these egg sacs or whatever. From another plane, maybe? They don't look like they're from, I don't know. Are these things normal to this plane of existence?
Uh,
It's just hanging out
Oh,
there.
I've not seen them before, but that doesn't mean that they're not native to this plane.
hmm.
They don't look red. I agree with you, Cha.
I mean, I don't know enough about this plane. These things don't look terribly different than creatures I saw in the Nine Hells. I don't know about this plane as much. I've heard about bears and foxes and birds, but I don't know. Are these giant crab things like normal?
I don't find them normal at all.
So somebody's bringing them here.
Growing them.
Why? Like an invasion?
Of sinister. I hadn't considered that.
The kobold said it was like their mom was taking care of these things, what didn't they?
Right?
It's just hanging out there.
Well, if I'm interpreting what Veldrin was saying correctly, it's not that she's bringing for example, that little monster down in the water here on purpose, but it might be on accident because she's not as powerful. Because in order to avoid things like the monster, you would have to be very skilled.
But whatever it is, it's bringing tremendous danger here. We should stop it, right? I mean, we can't let this continue. Look at all these things. They'll overrun the entire countryside. They could take over Drenzel. They could move through the entire area.
I mean, we were just, I'd say this is the murderous one amongst us. So bear that in mind. We were just told to investigate and report back, and we haven't been actually attacked by those creatures. Even though I believe that we saw full-grown ones.
We were
Right?
told to eliminate if possible. This is the
If
source we can
necessary.
eliminate. What do you think this can just go on and they won't attack people?
I mean, is the font natural? Is it a natural formation or is it artificially made?
Are you asking?
Veldrin, would Veldrin have figured that out?
It
So
looks like a
this is
ritual
all
sort of thing.
artificial.
Ah, so it was made here. Okay.
Look, why would somebody conjure all these creatures and potentially monstrosities like in the other room? Why would they conjure them here? If not for some nefarious purpose. They're
I'd love-
huge. They didn't attack us because we snuck by them. They're huge.
Didn't Zed say he
Dangerous.
saw one of them?
Yeah, Zed, tell us about that. What was the deal?
Deal with what?
Zed, snap out of it.
Huh?
Snap out of it. He said one of these lobster creatures was talking to you, right? Communicated
Said
with
something.
you?
For a second there, and then I turned around and I tried to make friends with them, and almost in a moment's notice, it was gone.
Okay, so we know that there's some kind of a female creature that's been screwing with our heads out there, right? That could have been her. That might have not have even been one of these real creatures.
But to what end would she be?
But I'm saying they're huge. There's hundreds of them here. What else could
Large?
it be except an invasion?
Being large is not a crime.
Being many is also not a crime. Not in and of
Okay,
itself.
so you think it's just breeding?
Maybe. It's creepy, don't get me wrong, but I've also not been attacked by any of these little fuckers.
We were attacked by that thing in the other room. You're
We
saying
were
that this was
attacked by the
brought here.
little kobolds on around the corner. The little kobolds were more of a risk to us than these little guys are. And she
I
pokes
mean
them
the
with one finger.
tentacle. I mean the
And it
tentacle
pops.
creature. You saw what it did to Zed.
It pops.
It pops.
Oh,
Ugh.
oh wow.
She makes
So
a
much for
face.
preserving life.
It's not alive yet.
Oh, that old argument.
Yeah, that's why I can eat eggs.
Hey, do you think they're edible? And
No.
Joss looks at them with like a whole new interest.
Bad? No.
Hmm. I mean, I could give away my horse jerky.
Why not let him
No.
have one?
But in all seriousness, do you saw what that thing did to Zed in the other room? What if there's more stuff like that? Just appearing out of nowhere and attacking people from some weird outer space land.
Tom, my dear, I don't mean to burst your innocent bubble, but that same logic and reasoning is exactly why people like myself and Veldrin and you are feared by people of this plane.
We're not conjuring creatures that could attack
No,
people.
where are the conjured creatures?
But we're not attacking people. The creature in the other room attacked us. It's
But
dangerous.
that
What if these
creature is
things
not
start?
the same one as these creatures.
I not meaning to interrupt, but did anyone else see the large creature that just kind of walked behind us all?
Are you seeing these things again to try to talk to you?
Oh, something's behind us?
Well, I recognized the same figure that was the one that I saw for a split second. But did anyone else see it?
No, we didn't see it.
No.
This
Miavara
is the
will
second
back up
time.
and like go down to see if like she could find tracks or something.
So
This
you've
is
got.
the second time.
Oh,
Zed.
right.
Are
So,
you okay in the head, my friend?
Do I have a
Are you
Do I have a
okay?
fever? Can someone maybe?
I'll feel your head.
There are most definitely no tracks amongst the, whatever these creatures are that span everywhere.
Most definitely. I don't see anything, but like I can see that you're spooked. And it is creepy down here. Maybe the light of my lantern was flashing weirdly against one of these
Don't
pods.
leave 'em.
And she makes a face as she says that.
You mean before you popped one of them? Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. You know what? I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Let's say that these creatures are not harmful, that they're not here for a nefarious purpose, that whoever conjured these fountains is an A-OK person with no big problems. Well, then let's go talk to them and ask them what their intentions are. Then we can head back to town and get paid. Sound good?
Exactly.
All right then. I'm good. Chop pulls out his staff. Let's go and talk to it, to my mother. Go talk to it.
Yes.
Ready?
Go.
All right, let's go. Zed, are you okay, buddy? Do you need to take a break?
I'm all right. I just feel like there's something around. I, I keep seeing it. and then it is gone. We're
But did you eat some of those mushrooms in the other cavern?
I unfortunately, well, I did inhale some of them. However, I don't think that that's the problem here. I'm certain that I know what I've seen. It's not because of the mushrooms.
Just move it over there.
Okay. Let's say, you know what? Maybe it was there and maybe it's friendly. Maybe it just wants to go eat horse jerky with the kobold friends and we're all friends here. I like that idea. You know what? I'm good with that. Niamh, lead the way. Let's go talk to Mother.
I'm glad you're being very positive. I have this lingering feeling that not only have we been watched, but possibly followed.
Okay,
Just
but we're all
well,
friends
we're
here.
all together, right? So we're fine.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
Who knows?
Get a
The
little- a
thing
little
following us
manic.
might be Ferrari.
Hey, it
Mr.
could be
Thatcher.
Durari, our friend.
Just
There's
keep
friends
your eyes
to the
peeled,
north of us,
Thatcher.
friends to the south of us. You know what? Let's go make friends with the house upstairs that tried to eat all of us. We're all
That's
friends.
different. The eggs
Oh,
haven't
yeah.
done anything to hurt us.
What if
The
this
house
was
did.
Hunter, the house up there? Think that was always a mimic house?
No, what I actually think might be doing it is that it might have attracted the mimic house because the kobolds didn't know about it. Rather than being like something attracting people here, or being made by the font, it might be that the font attracted it to try because of the power source nearby.
Yeah, no problem. No
It's not.
problem. Let's go talk to Mother then. Niamh,
There's
go ahead,
nothing
go
down
talk to
there.
it. Make friends.
I didn't see anything down here.
It's another hallway full of these pods.
There's nothing.
That's
more
it?
space,
No other
kind of a
passage?
dead end.
Maybe
Nope.
it walked behind us. So Niamh is gonna start backtracking.
So you can start hearing the kobolds.
Yeah, I think we should follow them. They're really good. They have good food. If we follow them, we get really good food. Yeah, but it's my food first. Oh, hi.
Before we leave, can I touch this altar and see if anything happens?
Sure.
I
Which
didn't
one?
really interact with it. I did take my glove off, my mailed glove off to put my hand in the water, and I don't know why I think that's a good idea, but I think I want to do that. So I touch the water.
It's a funny idea.
Give me a wisdom saving throw. You reach your hand to the water,
Hey.
and depending on what happens,
Oh, here we
Ah,
go.
1 second. Savings throw.
Doesn't seem like you have a fever, Zed. I think you're okay. Just maybe you're a little stressed out. Hey, I know. We can see if
It just looks
this
so
Grenstal
mighty.
has masseuse.
so you feel a little bit of a tug on your hand as you reach through, but it's not like a get over here kind of tug, right? It's it's somebody like like they think you're offering a hand and they're trying to pull you through,
Pull you through the turnstile.
but it's not it's not like a forceful thing, right? It's like a light handshake kind of thing.
What if I don't resist this energy?
Kind of pulls you in like up to your head.
Whoa. Oh.
Ooh.
What do I experience? Am I underwater? Can I breathe?
You experience shapes, colors. You observe life and death. You experience what it is to not be you. You experience what you are as somebody else, and vice versa. You experience what it is. You experience what it is like to be the speck on the wing of a butterfly. It's all sorts of unusual events happening at once. And at that point, you can also hear a voice, very warming, very welcoming, slightly disappointed.
Typical.
And you can hear it kind of singing to you, but you can't really make out the words because you don't really know what the language is she's using. But you do definitely see what appears to be a tiny fairy-looking woman.
Oh,
Glittering wings, a halo, almost like a halo of thorns. And you blink for a second, and the next thing you see is just vibrancy and color. You see a forest that spans outward into the distance of violets and reds and greens and blues, and it's just all this really intricate and yet chaotic patterning of color. Mountains that have shapes that just don't make sense. They like curve up and over like they're wrapping around something, but obviously they're not wrapping around anything, almost like a hook kind of shape. You see these weird creatures just kind of flying around. Can't really tell what they are. You see there's wings, and maybe they're like little tiny dragon things, but then they have like bird talons. Like there's just all sorts of stuff that doesn't make any sense to you. And then the hand lets you go with a nod and a smile. And the only words that you're left with are whispers in the back of your mind. And I'll send that to you in a DM.
okay,
Can
cool.
you stop getting possessed for 5 minutes?
Well, I kind of
Kozik?
run my hands over my head, which may or may not be wet. I'm not sure. I definitely feel cleaner, and I look around at this dank cave, and I kind of go, this is what we have to return to, huh? And I kind of shake my head,
What are you talking about, buddy?
never mind. That's never mind.
Cha looks down at the pool and is like, concerned look at Kozik. Well, let's get out of here, yeah?
What if before I reach out to touch this other altar.
Well,
So you reach out to touch it,
Yeah.
ungloved hand,
Yes.
still, dripping with water from this little tiny bath or pool or whatever however you might determine it to be. And as your hand starts to get close to it, you see the small vines start to grow and wrap around the orb a little bit more and reach up to touch your hand. And not like rapidly, right? It's just kind of like, you hold your hand out and they're growing up to it.
Right.
whoa.
Or is it?
You do that.
And do you pull your hand away or kind of let them touch?
I feel compelled almost to let them touch.
All right. So as these vines touch, maybe your index finger, you see them start to wrap around your hand. And it's a very like welcoming feeling, like you almost get a feeling of like protection as they're kind of almost engulfing your hand like a glove would, right? But a glove fitted for you.
Kozik, are you okay? Is it Does it
That's
hurt?
not bad. That's not bad at all.
Yeah, Zed's gonna
Are you,
move in, somewhat
are you
concerned.
communing? Are you communing
And
with it?
and those of you who aren't Kozik can see the pustulent creatures. They're starting to look not as healthy. Almost kind of taking on a gray, kind of like almost like the life is being sucked out of them.
I'm
Zed, look
definitely
at that.
liking touching this thing, so I'm gonna keep touching it.
I
Kozik,
want to
look what's
touch it.
happening to the eggs.
Hey
You're
there,
doing
Kozik.
something.
Feels something life affirming. I'm not sure what this is.
Can you look at me in the eye?
I turn around to look at Mr. Thatcher.
There's a glow to Kozik's eye that you never noticed before, but it fades.
What kind of can I perceive that
Al-
to be a
Almost the same color of his fairy fires that he's been using.
hmm. Do I feel like that's a positive or a negative?
Who knows?
Kozik,
Is
are
it
you okay? What's happening?
I think I'm really okay right now at the moment.
It's
This is
something that you're doing seems like it's hurting the egg sacs around us.
that doesn't seem too bad, I guess. Do
And
I
the
perceive anything else about this? I mean, it feels good.
basically the longer you do it, the less healthy these eggs seem until they just kind of they just die off. Basically, almost. So it's almost like watching an air balloon slowly be deflated. Just several of them, and some of them above your head are starting to fall apart and collapse to the ground around you. Maybe some of the goop landing in your hair.
Oh no.
Ugh.
Oh,
What are you doing, Kozik?
I'm not sure.
Stop
I
it
think
then.
Meanwhile,
right?
the siblings in the cave. More food? Food? More food?
Shaw
Uh,
kind of runs back up.
Where's your
Yeah,
mom?
yeah, I've got more food.
Well, you'll get up there eventually. More food? Mom? Mom just left. Mom leave.
Where'd she go?
That way. And they point to the cave behind them.
Ah, so Zed was right. Someone did pass behind us. Could you take me to her?
And we can try. She come and go real fast.
Sure, I'd love to. I'd love to try and catch up with her. That'd be great. And she
Okay.
rustles through her stuff to see if she can pull out a thing of rations and hands one over.
Oh, food.
They kind of fight over it for a bit.
Mine. Oh, mine. She give to me, not you. You stupid. Yeah.
And they kind of push each other a little bit.
This is worse than the Seven Hells.
There's 9 of them.
Yeah, 2 of them are the material world and the Underdark.
Well, we see if we can catch her.
Like you're killing all these things. If
You are
Nivar is right,
face.
then we're doing something bad here. But I don't know.
I'm ready to let go. I feel like this small area around me must have. I feel like it's been cleansed in some way.
I mean, yeah, like
Down there.
genocide cleansed.
I
gonna
think
go-
based on this point, just based on concern and
They're
the
gonna go
look on
this
Shaw's
way.
face and
This
the
way.
kind of questionable nature of whatever
way.
Kozik is doing, Zed's
This
gonna
way.
grab Kozik and
This way.
basically, if he's able to pull him away from
Yeah,
this
I'm ready to
altar.
I'm ready to let go, but Zed pulls me, and I'm like, "Hey, it's all right, brother. I think everything's gonna be all right."
Yeah, it's good to be all right. Cha looks around at the husks of the dead creatures all around. Let's get out of here.
I bet it's
Zed
not as slimy either.
Zed looks up at Cha and kind of makes eye contact before looking back down to Kozik and saying, "Oh, well, at least you're all right, eh? Let's move on."
That was weird. Yeah, let's get out of here.
And then in the other cavern on the other side, did they die over there too, or they seem fresh over there still?
They're all withered.
All of them, the whole cavern right here.
Yep.
Kozik feels pretty good about it.
I think I would have felt good about it if Niavara hadn't said that maybe they're not malevolent.
Right?
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see when we get
She
back.
has a point there. We haven't really communicated with any of the creatures. Maybe they're not hostile. What did the mayor tell us? Did he tell us that people had been attacked, or what prompted this quest?
He was
Like,
concerned that whatever these things are might become aggressive or overrun an area.
Which they seem to be doing. It was pretty foul up on the surface where they were popping up.
and it stinks, right? It's like a
I-
nasty smell.
I think the earth was crying out for justice. And maybe we just got a little bit of it. We'll see, I guess.
Man, I love how Kozik talks sometimes.
Oh, and I got that message, Dungeon Master, by the way.
Excellent.
Ugh. Oh, there we go. I'm moving it the wrong.
Oh, as Kozik passes Veldrin, it's like, Veldrin, we're getting out of here. You okay? Yeah, I've got another good tension soundtrack here.
Where are
Oh man, what a day!
Where's
Where
the
did
Wonder
Niavara
Twins?
go?
Yeah. Oh,
Niavara!
Eh?
Oh man.
Right?
The
Hey
kobolds,
guys, where are you?
the kobolds are interacting with Kozik as he gets to that point.
Or are they up here in this little donut?
Nope, they're not in the donut.
Neovar will head back down the corridor. Um,
Hey there, guys.
Food? Food? Food?
Yeah, here. He throws a couple of wheels of dried apples into their mouths. Whoosh, whoosh.
They catch them like well-trained dogs.
okay. Here we go.
Well, we
Now
didn't see your mama. You said, where did she go? Or did she? You said, I thought I heard you say she passed by here.
We no find her.
Shucks.
I think that I found the exit, though. Neovar will say,
good news.
scratching her neck.
Kyle walks up next to Niavara and kind of whispers in her ear.
Kozik put his hands into that fountain when we weren't looking, and it kind of killed all of the creatures in the cavern back there.
Niavara will frown at him, and then frown harder at Kozik.
I'm
Kozak kind of
sorry.
shrugs. I don't know.
At first, I thought that was our goal, but you know, you have a point.
They didn't do anything. It'd be like going into like a little creche and attacking all the little babies.
That's
I think
I
I might
don't
agree
know.
with you, but I don't know either. But we should talk to this mother if they can communicate. These guys can. You guys can communicate a bit. Where would your
May-
mother have headed off to?
Maybe she went this way. They said they didn't find her down there in the lake area. So there's only one more cavern, and I think it's the exit.
Isn't
Let's
that
go.
where we came from?
There's a small little hole.
I thought
And as
we
you're
came from
approaching
here.
this,
Oh,
you see that large creature just as it's gone up into the hole.
oh, oh!
Spooky.
Look, that place was dangerous up there.
I think we can get through it though. If she could fit through.
Is this where we came from?
Yep.
We
You
dropped down, but
recognize
we
this.
didn't go through here, yeah.
Oh, we didn't go through here. Okay.
Well, this was where you guys came in through. So this was essentially this is like the hole in the
We're going
floor
back
is
out the
essentially on the
same
other
way.
side.
So that would be the way we came.
And the two kobolds are just waving. Bye, Mom.
Ah. We'll see you later, guys. We find some
Nivar
good scraps out there.
will poke herself out.
All right. So is everybody heading out?
Sure.
Hold on, I gotta copy the kobolds too,
I'm
because
assuming Veldrin would come along.
they're coming now too.
Yeah,
So let
I
me
just
copy.
my computer is not
Playing
being fun.
nice.
Yeah.
So they were here. Was this one not that map? Gotta get my map right. 1 second. I'm getting the map loaded. There it is. Doo-doo. There's a weird, slightly weird angle now I look at it.
Climbs up. Is that gelatinous like film that we fell through still there, or?
So as you make your way up through here, you realize that there is actually no building here.
Oh,
It's
You
gone.
notice that archway that you came through. That's still there, but everything else is gone. So the whole like section of building is just floor at this point. And maybe
What?
some
Where
a
did it
semblance of
go?
windows or something, but
it was huge. Where could it have gone?
oh, did it not let me drag the kobolds? Dang it! Hold on.
I was like tapping what's left of the walls and stuff, and looking up at the sky. Is it like just open sky above us?
Yep.
Jeez.
Dang it! Didn't.
That wasn't a freaking hallucination, right? We were almost eaten by this house.
Something drove us down there.
I gotta
Or
go
alternatively, the
riddance.
mimic left. Maybe the mom took care of it for us. Niavara will like walk back through the arch,
Why is that not loading right?
Yeah.
unbothered, unblemished.
Well, we should
Whether
stay quiet
mother
though.
More
or
tokens.
mimic.
We should stay quiet. There's still big spiders out there.
The mom's the mimic. If it was, I think the kids would have said something.
Food?
Door? Is there still a door here?
You think the mom was
Yeah.
a mimic?
You guys
Why
followed
would-
us?
Yeah,
oh,
food.
hey guys.
We follow wherever.
What about
Oh,
your
that's
mom?
At this
nice.
point, even without an insight check, you definitely get the feeling they are very food motivated.
What
Well,
about your mom,
yeah.
kids?
Hey, stick with us, you guys. We'll find you some more food. There's some big spiders out here. You guys like spiders?
I kind of shrug. Mom don't mind spiders.
Yeah. Okay.
Cha, remember they have a mom waiting for them, and I don't think that she'd take kindly to us kidnapping her children.
Well,
We
if
don't
they're
get
coming
kidnapped. We
with
go
us
willingly. Mom no
yeah,
mind.
willingly. See, that might actually be to our benefit.
Children cannot actually give their consent, and even if they say they want to be with you.
Oh my goodness, where did you learn that? Hey, thanks for joining us, you guys. So there was a building up there, up north. That
Is-
let's see if it's still there.
Nevar's gonna
Yeah,
open the
is there
door.
still... Okay.
GTFO.
Are they?
And is there still a swampy mess of evil things here?
Yeah, are the eggs still out
Nope.
here? Those sacks? They're all gone.
There's not even a door there anymore.
Yeah.
You go to Mom's
Ooh.
house?
Where's Mom's house?
Yeah. We want to go there. Can you lead the way?
So at this point, before you kind of rush to the door, didn't really pay much mind to the fact that there's a large body of water right next to this building.
So I didn't. That's a huge body of water, actually.
Yes, it is.
It would make sense given the fact that there was a lake underground as well.
Mm-hmm.
There were eggs out here as well, right? Are they still
Not
here?
anymore.
So sick.
Kozik.
Smells a little nicer out here, doesn't it?
Kozik.
Most definitely does.
I
Dude,
feel
I'm
like
sure that the Nine Hells would also smell better without all the sulfur of the demons. However, I think that others might find that offensive.
Charles kind of like smirks.
Kozik is like, I feel like nature has been defended here.
I
Where
feel
do you-
like
Where do you get this stuff, Kozik?
do you
Where'd
know how bad dwarves smell after being down in the dirt that long? I do.
Well, harumph, harumph.
Whoa. Be careful, Niavara's on the warpath.
Correct.
Just so they know about how far that
Hey,
is.
Zed, let us know if you see the creature that you saw. So you said it touched you and then just disappeared, right? Like it didn't slink into the shadows or melt into the ground. It just, poof, it's gone.
Was it like kind of huge and orange, Zed? Like size, like large.
I would have to say so. And
Orange
Yeah.
and like kind of insectoid looking.
right, it had like a claw, so to speak, and patted me on the head, and startled me a little bit. So I blinked and tried to say something friendly, but then there was nothing in front of me. So um,
And did
I'm
you
not
say you
sure.
saw it again behind us? Like when we were down in the caves?
Oh, again, yes, I did mention that. It seems like up to this point, currently, um, no one liked to believe me. But so you wanna?
No, we believe you. Just sounds incredible.
It's not that I didn't believe you, it's that I was more concerned that you might have been seeing something down in the caves. You understand that I
Oh.
have to lie compulsively.
So we
I
took
definitely felt like
we
I saw
took one of the
something.
babies from the pods and gave it to the mouth of the mimic to let us in. Right? Like that wasn't like one of the babies let us in. It was like absorbed.
I remember.
So and then that if that's the mother, she just let you go in there. Didn't try to stop you. Didn't communicate. And let us
I
go
don't think
into the
that
mouth
that
of a
house.
giant mimic.
Yeah. I don't think that that house had our best interests at heart.
I mean, we all could have been
Honestly,
totally murdered
might
by
have
the
been.
house or by the tentacle creature. For sure, murdered.
So they said that they look to be leading us to Mom's house, which there seems to be something across this lake.
Hey,
How
you
deep
guys,
is this
been
water?
what's that
some
house
sort of
up to the
test.
north up there? I was pointing to the house that was a little north.
I mean, you can't really tell how deep it goes because it's not, it's not clear water.
Her dress is still wet. She's going to take a step into it.
About like right after. So if you go in 10 feet, it drops off after 5, basically.
To how deep?
To
That's
I hope
like-
you can swim deep.
You're treading water.
Ugh.
Yavar, be careful. Hey, you guys, what's in this house up there? And Chop points to the house through the trees that has the nice walls and it looks kind of cleaned up. It's up there. Have you been there?
Oh, over
And-
here?
Yeah.
Mom say
So,
no go into lab.
Lab. Called it a lab, eh?
We don't
So,
go there. We don't want to get in trouble.
You
but
mind
your
if
mom.
we just stop by there? I really need to go to the bathroom, and I'd like to see if they have a restroom inside. You mind if we just stop by there for a minute before we go see your mom?
Weren't you totally fine with going in the lake? Do you have to go into the weird science lab before going to see someone?
He's like crunching up his face. He's like,
See, an alchemist's lab. That can't be good. These things are bad. This is bad stuff.
Mom not bad.
I mean,
Mom
yeah,
misunderstood.
yeah,
Oh,
just
sorry, I didn't-
misunderstood. Cozy,
I didn't
yeah,
mean
Cozy.
her.
No, yeah, I just need to go to the bathroom, okay? Hey, you guys want to come up there with me? I need to go to the bathroom?
I'd much rather investigate whatever this house lab is than go in the water.
I don't want to piss off our hostess just yet.
Hey, you're not pissed, are you? You mind if I go in there and go to the bathroom, you guys?
Plenty of water right here.
Yeah,
yeah.
plenty of water right here.
I just can't go in front of other people. It's
That's
just
a lie.
Liam, fuck. Liz, do you want to check this place out or not? Do you want to go right? What do you want to do?
Niavara will lean in and whisper to him, "If we check it out now and we get caught, we might not be able to have a nice conversation with her. So we have the nice conversation first, and then we sneak into the lab."
All right.
All right, sounds
Okay, everybody. You need to swim. You ready to swim? We get there to swim.
Niavara is looking around for like a log to hang on to like doggy paddle with. It's deep.
Are there any old boats or anything around that we could canoe across them?
Give me a perception.
I certainly don't have boat building as a skill. I don't think we have that much time either.
Ugh.
Oh shoot, I pressed the wrong skill. I will do perception for the boat check. Looks like I don't see a boat.
Boats.
So let's see here. Yep, there's no boats. I mean, there's lots of trees. And Zed, I mean, you might be able to, because I'll say, as a sailor, I know it's not some in the background, but as a sailor, you might be able to figure out how to fashion something into something to float across.
Make a dinghy.
Yeah, make something
A
somewhat
raft.
functional with a decent enough check.
A raft
All
and
right. So, do we
Or-
tie the
or I should
kobolds
say-
together?
You've been knocked overboard enough times to be able to ascertain what would you can at least be attached to that would float over and kind of kick your way over. Sorry, go on.
Do we lash the kobolds together and float across?
Good one.
I think that's how we really piss off the mom.
Hey, look, there's some logs over
Uh,
here. Maybe we can lash these together.
It's not an unfriendly thing.
You know,
Hey,
sometimes I can't tell if he's
yeah.
serious or joking.
You haven't asked them. They might be all for it. However, we definitely have a lot of potential logs here, depending on the trees. But it'd be a lot of work to chop them down and get them to size.
Look, there's some that are already
We help.
falling over.
We help.
Can't we just lash them together?
We help.
There's a few fallen ones. We could just drag them together.
These kobolds seem to want to lend a hand. Maybe they have some skills.
Yeah, buddies, help us pull together all of these logs so we can lash them into a nice raft and float across.
Yeah, how do you get across?
We don't.
You-
Oh, well, would you
You
like
just-
to try?
Yeah, you
Okay.
want to go with us?
Sploosh.
Cool.
Swim,
wait,
swim,
we
swim,
need-
swim.
No. Come
Wait,
back.
we need to
Right.
create a raft.
Oh,
Yeah, not
Here's
not yet.
Here, look
Um,
at this. See these logs right here, like this one? Let's pull together a whole bunch of these, like 4, 5, or 6, and then we'll tie them together with vines or branches. Something like that? Yes?
okay.
Does that work?
Anything for food.
Sure, sure.
They, as a troop, go and start collecting, looking for some logs, collecting logs. I mean, they kind of start to disappear into the trees, but you can definitely hear them like shuffling around and moving stuff.
Oh my goodness, what have we gotten into here?
Maybe they're more
So
resourceful.
Niavara, you feel like this mother might actually be okay? You have a good intuition about it?
Say so.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Listen, she's taking care of 4 tiny little seagull kobolds. They're not
Fine.
dead,
Mine.
meaning that she has to have at least either a really good sense of humor or some sort of soft spot for tiny creatures that don't know what they're doing. And considering Zed's description of her as big, we are technically speaking tiny creatures who do not know what we are doing.
So we could be like her kids.
In a sense, considering that she pet Zed.
You know, and she might not be too upset about the genocide back there, since we had to use one
Unlog.
of her kids to even open up the door to the mimic.
2 logs,
We didn't do that, Kozik
3
did.
logs, 4 logs.
Good way
Well,
to throw him to the kobolds.
Guys, don't. If it doesn't come up, don't mention it. Okay.
If it does, yes. Sorry, Kozik, it was your decision.
I'm just
Yeah.
saying, maybe she's not attached to the egg so much, and she can make more. And we did have to use one of the babies to even get into the house, so maybe she's just not that attached to them. Hey, you guys, did you find some stuff?
They came back each with a log, and then they went back out.
Hey, nice. This is going to be a nice ship. Seaworthy. I don't really know how this works, Ed. There are gigantic lakes of fire and lava where I come from. I've just heard about rafts in books. Is this going to work?
Oh, we're gonna be all right. We've got plenty of
Oh.
lashing and plenty of logs
One,
here. It's just
two,
so we got 1,
3, 4.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
Well, there's about 9 of us.
Oh, so we'll
Um,
need quite a bit.
So
Okay.
we're gonna need something that's gonna be able to float.
With 9 people
Sure.
on board.
9 people. Okay. Gotcha.
Alternatively, we could make something with like a handful of us could take across, and we could go back and forth.
Or we could make 2 of them.
At that point, why not just make it one big one if you're going to make 2 of them?
So
Yeah.
one of them comes back with nothing. 2 of them come back with logs. And for some ungodly reason, one of them comes back riding a spider.
Oh. He's writing it?
It's riding it.
Wow. That's
I wonder-
amazing.
I wonder if the spider is aquaphobic.
I wonder if the spider's about to get eaten by Jaw.
I wonder that too.
It's a medium-sized
Look
spider.
at you.
Does
Is
the
it
spider
like
make a web and lash this together for us?
brilliant?
Like, does Jaw eat it before it can?
No, it's
Tune
like
in
it's
next time.
medium size, and he's riding it like he knows it. He's just gonna be more fascinated with the fact that it's letting a kobold ride on it.
2, 3, 4. Yep.
He'll eat it in
Oh.
his dreams. Or maybe
yeah,
once
well-
the kobold is not looking.
I feel like
Uh,
John wants to
I'll go
ride
for
the
a
spider.
smaller one. I don't want to get goo all over my silk shirt, you know.
That's
I would
silk?
like to ride it. Yeah, silk. You like?
Well, it's a medium spider, so a small creature could ride it. For you to ride it, have to be a large spider.
Oh, gotcha. Wow, that's amazing, you guys.
Okay, I think that's enough material. Now we need to build it. Let's get some branches and strip off the leaves, I think. Something like that.
Okay.
That work? Put all of the rope into a little pile. Hey, this is kind of fun.
2, 3, 4.
Oh, 1.
Everyone quiet at the same time.
Wow.
So this
I've never
kobold
seen that before.
comes back with some branches and leaves. Actually, some branches. This kobold
Concerned
comes
with-
back with some leaves, but only a couple. This one comes back with leaves that are way too dried, and they just kind of crumple as he walks over. And this kobold comes back without a spider.
You could say this kobold comes back with an initiative check.
Or comes back with a wish spell. Got a 1 on 100. Incredible.
I'm surprised this kobold came back. Just completely honest.
Wow, you guys ride spiders? That is cool. You have to teach me that.
I do now, apparently. Not anymore, though. Spider ran away.
Oh. Oh. See, that was your first time?
Mhm.
Impressive.
Okay.
Spider
here,
climb tree good.
let's,
I know I know have way to stay on spider back when climb tree. Real slippery.
Ah. Gotcha. Zed, how do we tie these together? I don't know anything. You don't like how to tie stuff together?
You know how to tie
I-
people up, don't you?
Well, yeah. Of course.
Picture the logs just like very stiff dead people. Duh. How would you
Oh.
tie them together?
Tying together people. Yeah. Oh, okay. There's not like some special
That's a
Well,
weird
creepy way to think about it.
Zed would know exactly how to do it.
It's an effective way to talk about this with me. She knows how to read the room.
What way of
I've-
describing it?
I've just never floated on people that I've tied together. However, quite
Oh.
possibly the
floating
same
on
way. You just
people.
You typically don't
weave.
float on them.
I kind of like that idea,
Creating a
though.
raft, you're tying logs together and not people.
Wow. A raft made out of dead people that are tied together.
Nope. Nope.
I mean, have you been to the hells?
That was this. All right. It seemed like the
That was
suggestion
dark,
were
Sid. That was dark. I like it.
Well, we have to tie together the logs. So we're going
Alright,
to
right.
use our knotting skills along with Zed's instructions on how to make a raft out of these logs. The knotting
dead
is just
people.
relevant because I'm sure that you've had to tie things up before.
Yeah. Now I
So
want
you know
tie
how
up a
to
bunch of
make
dead
knots.
bodies.
I know, but we have to tie the dead logs. Basically the same.
Okay,
Yes, yes,
Okay,
show
okay.
us. And they all kind of
mental check.
surround Zed. Show.
all right.
Yeah,
So Zed
Zed.
basically takes some lashing from his pocket. He ties a knot, and then takes some of the lashings that we've created from the leaves and potential bark and things like that.
Only
Twisted
one
them
knows
together
who learns
and
it.
then
Oh
intertwined
no.
up and down over these logs, getting them as close together as possible. It's like, oh, so basically, you wanna weave them together like this, and have them create a platform. You see,
Hmm.
and he's just tightening the strands as he's creating this kind of upward and downward weave around the logs at one end and another.
Only one of the kobolds seems to be able to follow along. One of them just starts gnawing on some branches. Completely and utterly distracted. The other two just seem to not really understand. One gets it though. Kind of following along.
Todd goes over next to the one gnawing the leaf, gnawing the sticks, and like tries it.
It tastes like dirt.
Hmm. Goes back and tries to help.
So after a little bit, you manage to tie together the logs. You're pretty confident it'll hold. Just give me a straight D20. Determining how well, per se.
Boat check.
Zed,
Yep, Zed.
Can we say that Cha has been giving him aid?
Yeah, good call.
14's fine.
Okay.
It's a pretty, it's sturdy enough to get you guys across without, flipping over or falling apart. So you have a raft for the party.
All right, everybody on.
We can the party. Put 'em up.
All of us can be on it at the same time.
1, 2, 3,
This
4,
barge.
5. Yeah, as long as there's enough surface area. So yeah.
Okay, cool. How do we represent that?
He said, "What's a good thing to say when you're going out on the water?"
Like some inspirational
So-
thing you say.
Oh yeah, it's the maiden voyage of the SS Deep Shaft.
yes.
That's the mascot for this party.
The deep shaft.
Hey,
It's
that's a
the
good
shaft
name for a
raft.
whole party.
You name it after my noble house, I would be delighted.
The shaft raft.
Aye.
Thank
That
you,
sounds
Cha.
good.
I
That's
like
good.
it. The shaft raft. The shaft rafters.
Get shafted on this raft.
I think we might be pushing rule number 4 a little bit. Hey, Belzeran?
All right. I'll just clump you all together like that. So where do you want to end? Like, where are you trying to go? Just to the edge of it and offload on the boat? Like, ping where you want to go.
The southern
Yeah.
southern side.
Right up to like the edge or something.
Not where it's not foresty.
Wee.
Oh, cool.
Or right where it's foresty. That's fine.
Yeah.
Oh.
definitely for-
We're hiding now.
for
Wow.
support down
What a
here.
ride.
So you managed to
That
make your
was
way
nice.
over there with no problem. There's nothing pops out of the water, no tentacle monsters. A meteor doesn't fall on your head and kill you instantly. A dragon doesn't pop out of nowhere and burn you alive. I mean, it's just a normal, average, everyday sail across, a sizable body of water to a tiny little island, of which everybody can definitely feel as they step onto the shoreline. Almost like like when you walk into a store, right? Or once upon a time when people used to go into stores, when you walk in and there's that like little breeze, that air, that burst of air that you kind of feel when you cross through it. It's kind of like that when you step on the shoreline.
Oh,
And-
and that's what you say with the Thatcher.
And this building, despite from where you were, it kind of looked like old and dilapidated and weird and just like kind of falling apart. Hold on, let me get this scene. Assuming I have it ready. Assuming it loaded correctly. Perfect. Or do I? Did I not? No. Talk amongst yourselves. I thought I
Listen, we
uploaded
really need
something
to
that I didn't
workshop.
upload.
We really need to workshop our team name.
I
Dang
get to
nabbit.
share this Latin phrase with you guys that's making me giggle.
Oh.
Did I not?
So I was
God.
thinking of something in old Infernal. Hodie penis est in obscenus. What do you think?
How do you
Backdrop.
what?
Hodie penis est in obscenus.
You telling me to hold my?
No. It's an
gotta
ancient
be in
word for
here.
an obelisk.
It's a word
Oh.
for a tail.
For a what?
A
For a
tail.
The
tail,
background
depending
and
on
the foreground
the
image that I need.
It just
depending on
means
the
tail.
translation.
Well, I could tell you a
Background.
tale. I've heard plenty of tales when I've been sailing.
You didn't.
But it doesn't seem like a word for any of the ones that I've
Oh no, I did save. I'm
Like
an idiot.
no, like
told
Chaw's tail,
before.
the one sticking out of his butt.
Oh,
Yeah, this one. See?
oh.
Please tell me it
Yeah,
saves.
a tail.
So you want me to hold your tail?
No.
Any of
see
ours
that.
like
maybe not something
Like-
in ancient Infernal.
it's infernal. I just speak it.
Okay.
No, maybe Zed's not getting it. Maybe we should come up with something else.
Okay, that fixed
Oh.
it.
I see.
Okay, I found it. So it wasn't that I didn't upload, it's just okay. Cool. So you guys have stepped onto the shore, and this old building that you once saw, across the lake, this old nasty building, everything changes instantly the second you step foot. And I have a backdrop here for you to kind of convey. And before I remove the grid so it doesn't look goofy. There we go. And this is what you guys see.
Oh. I owe no token with vision in this scene.
I don't see anything.
Yep, I'm trying to activate the everybody could see it situation. If I got this right, I
Dude,
could do.
whoever this mother is, she is like a sorceress deluxe. I mean, seriously.
I mean, the ominous title of Witch House. Meta-wise.
Ominous, totally. Lighting. Global illumination. Can you see it now?
Nope.
Mm-mm.
Okie dokie. Token exploration. Here, I'll just move tokens so you can see it then. Of which I'll just throw Team Cool Kids in here.
Aha! Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, you should be able to just drag your tokens onto the board.
So the question becomes, was the view of the thing from the lake the illusion? Or was the view of the thing here an illusion?
Let's put you there. Let's see, I'll drag I have so many folders right now, it's insane. I'll pull Kozik right there. Got Niavara. Got Veldrin right there. There you go. So essentially, when you step onto this, basically on the shoreline, what was an island outstretches to what looks like a forest. It goes well beyond what it should, at least from what you have seen. There's this house that kind of has an unusual construction to it, right? There's an archway under it that you can walk under. There's like, it looks like a door on the second floor. It kind of doesn't really make sense from an architect's, from an architect's perspective. But there are these like reddish lanterns that surround the house. There's windows all over it. Nature almost seems like it's overtaken this wooden building. And you kind of get a feel that, yeah, this definitely is if it's an illusion, it's a very convincing one.
I was going to slowly walk up to the building and touch its sides to see if they hold true to the senses.
Feels real to you.
Wow. Amazing. There's some deep magic going on here, though, you guys. Well, where to, friends?
We should knock on the door, see if anybody's home.
How are you going to knock on the door above the archway? I'd love to know.
I have a little throwing hammer I can throw at it.
And if you break the glass?
Well, we'll all pay for that, I guess, right?
No, probably just you.
Yeah.
Okay. we should at least say hello somehow.
Yeah.
I can use my staff. It's pretty long. I can tap the door up there with.
I think Zed's just gonna yell out, "Oi! Anyone there?"
Good idea.
Subtle.
All right, so you yell out, and you can definitely see like a shadow moving in the house, like, somebody moving around or shuffling.
Shaw's throwing some more
Gotta find the image.
dried pineapple pieces at their new friends.
Food. They enjoy every bit of not rotten food immensely.
Yeah, why was your mom feeding you rotten food anyway, you guys? Why didn't you get fresh stuff?
That's what was around.
Look at all this. There must be a bounty of fresh game, of fruits, nuts, something.
There it is. That's why I couldn't
Spiders.
find it.
Yeah, spiders. Delicious.
Eventually, you hear some locks on the door. You know, click, click, click. And the door opens, but nobody's there.
Looks to Niavara.
Navar raises an eyebrow. Ma'am? Are you there?
You see that thing appear behind you.
Oh, behind
Oh.
us?
Yep.
Let's see. Filtro. Nothing personnel, kid.
Do we all see it appear?
Oh, yeah. It just
Oh.
stands there.
Show up around.
Zed, is that it?
Hey, that's the friend that I was trying to make before, but
Ma'am?
It tilts its head to the side.
Shock casts detect thoughts.
Pop that in the chat.
Let me pop that.
I
Cast spell.
think it's saved. Okay. DC 12, so I have to roll this because I'm not using the stats of this particular creature. And then... yeah, even with that... yeah, even
Well,
with
that's an
that.
interesting spell.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, it's going to pass even with a 7 base. Okay. Okay, so... Oh, hold on.
So surface thoughts. You
It
would want to
has
delve deeper.
spell
if
resist,
There doesn't
right.
seem anything
Okay.
clear.
Okay.
But surface thoughts, feelings,
The duration, you can read
emotional
those.
state,
You initially learned.
something heavy that looms in its mind.
Okay, so you, what does it look like when you cast this? Because this is the first time you've cast this.
Right. So, look at this spell.
It is a very wordy spell.
Okay, so he doesn't need components, but he kind of moves his hands like in like a spiral method. And he mutters some incantation under his breath. And then and that's all. Then it seems like, whatever is the creature is going on inside, there's almost like Chaw's mind has shadow stepped directly into their mind and is watching their surface thoughts with his own perspective.
Okay.
It's a very
initially
subtle
learn-
spell.
Yeah, so you initially learn the surface thoughts of the creature. The surface thoughts of the creature, which probably catch you off guard. The surface thoughts are essentially, I know what you're doing, child. It won't work.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, that's spooky.
Chaw just kind of smiles and is like, trying to communicate and understand if you're not able to speak language.
All right, so do I have the token ready? All right, so you go to talk to it in that fashion. And the form actually begins to shift and change.
Ooh.
The almost mutant-looking body begins to shrink, the arms slowly fading into its form. And it kind of takes on a more, funny enough, serpentine, humanoid but serpentine appearance. And I need a second to make sure this uploaded correctly. Do. Okay. And yeah, the form kind of shrinks down to, funny enough, a humanoid shape. You know, these limbs melting away or phasing into a rather feminine shape. And assuming this works, please tell me this works. Please tell me it did work. Technical things, yay. Do I have it at least? I do, okay. One sec. Making sure the image is properly loaded here before doing the thing. Wait, why is it not letting me? Hello, game? What? Why is it? Okay, there we go. Whew. There we go. Okay, it worked. Good. So, you see a woman actually just kind of appear in front of you. She has this like grayish hair. Let's see, like kind of gray, white gray hair. She has these deep blue eyes that just kind of, sort of, just fade away into, you know, into the eye. Like right, there's no pupils or iris, just blue eyes. Just a hue to them. She wears these golden jade earrings that kind of seem like little kind of like just really long earrings, and she has this neck, I don't know what it's called, kind of like the jewel that you wear around your neck, but it's like it covers the entirety of your neck. Can't think of the term for that. And she is also surrounded by a very large serpent that almost has a very sinister look to it, but whatever it is seems to be at her will and whim. And I am going to present this token. I think if I do this right. Nope, not that. Son of a biscuit. See if I just drag it on here if it works. Nope. One sec. Just gotta show players. No. That didn't work. Did that work? Nope, that didn't work. I was trying to get the image because I don't really have the stats on here. Maybe if I do this. I did it before, now I just suddenly can't brain. Polymorph prepare shows rivet show. You know what? I think that's how it goes. There it is, artwork. Show players. Did that work, or is it just a big white screen?
See a white square, but we see the little thumbnail in the previous window.
Yeah.
Well, that's weird. Oh well.
He's intimidating.
I don't know why it's not. Actually, let me try one more thing. Make sure. Upload that image. Okay. Okay, now let's try this. Then view artwork. There we go, much larger version.
There she is.
Huzzah, I finally got to work. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to, because so for Foundry, you have to have, in order to show this, I kind of had to have it on a character sheet, so I was like, ah, crap. So I just threw it on the blank character sheet. But, you know, that's her name. Anyway, so she just kind of stands there where this creature once was. Boop. And the kobolds just kind of, they're not really in awe. They're more like they're used to this kind of thing.
It's an honor to meet you, ma'am. You are these creatures' mother, yes?
They call me that, yes.
Like you're very kind to them.
She kind of scoffs a little bit. I guess.
Shaw looks to Niavara with eyes kind of wide.
What's Niavara's take on the mom? Like her behavior? Dismissive?
Give me
Motherly?
an insight.
Ugh. Tio Moonblade, you auntie looking.
Nice. Nat
Damn.
20.
Perfect. So, the general demeanor of her, she's very confident. I mean, I'm just going to give you everything at this point. She's very confident in how she stands, how she holds herself, what she does, and how she does it. In regards to these kobolds, she regards them as poor creatures. Like, you know, they're not really as lessers, but just kind of like, these poor things would not survive a day out in the real world. So, you know what, I'll throw them some food now and then. Like, she's dismissive, but to a point where she's still kind of taking care of them within reason. You know, throw the dog a bone kind of thing. Let's see, in that 20, she is, I'd even say, sizing her up a little bit. She is very aware of everything that has gone on and is going on. I don't know, what else do you want to know about her, really, based on that insight?
Does Niavara think that this is her real self?
Most definitely.
Okay, spooky. Love that for her.
Well, that's, you know, with the nat 20, one of two, but, you know, she has two default settings, I suppose. This is just the one that's, you get the feeling that this is the one that people are most accommodating to. And the other one is not even one of those two.
The other true form?
Yeah, this is one of two. And the other one you probably haven't seen yet.
Oh. Does Niavara think that it's something that she might have seen earlier?
So this is the one she did see earlier.
Ah, okay. From there, does Niavara think that she's particularly threatened by us, or like at all? Like, is she annoyed by our presence?
You would get the feeling that she does not mind you being there either way. Very, very neutral on it. It's like she knows you've been skulking around. She's been watching. She knows, and you also know that if she really wanted to, cause trouble, she would have by now.
That's the vibe. Neovar will just come out and out with it then and say that the town nearby has noticed some mutated monsters. We did too. Are you behind them?
Of course.
They're pretty concerned that there may be an invasion brewing or kind of nefarious intent on your part and your creatures. What is your intent?
Experiments. Nothing more, nothing less. I suppose the mayor, Mr. Grinstall, sent you here,
He was one
Yeah.
of the concerned parties, yes.
Mayor Stonebottom.
She exhaled with your nat 20. It's an exhale of annoyance.
That
Hey.
tracks.
You know.
I suppose that you would want some answers. Come in.
Neovar will go in
sure.
first.
So she starts walking towards the house and actually just starts stepping on air. Like there's an invisible platform that leads up to the door.
Can Neovar
Oh,
step after
cool.
her? Or does she like fall forward if she tries?
Oh no, there's definitely something invisible there.
Wow.
And
nifty.
before she even like touches the door, gets close to it, it opens on its own. And inside, for those following behind, can see that the area within here expands well beyond what it should. Like, you'd think you'd step into a house like this, maybe a 10, 15-foot room. No, this is like a whole floor of a building, basically. This is a living room and a kitchen and maybe a bedroom over there. There's way more space in here. And inside there's all sorts of like arcane, oddities. You'd see like maybe a plate with some weird arcane runes on the wall. You'd see several different types of weapons. Like there's a sword over there that looks really elegant and maybe even ancient. You look over there and there's a big cauldron that's boiling. You don't mind that. You look over there and there's a countertop with maybe like a boar on it that's freshly cooked. I mean, she's got this place set up. And you would even see like animated brooms, this kind of animated brooms and dusters, keeping the place clean. Furs and pelts all over the place, just lining the floor. There's a fireplace over there in the corner. There's a nice marble table in the middle of the room, square, kind of like a coffee table. And as she walks in, she's kind of, does a couple of gestures with her hands, and all of the animated objects just hover and float away into like a storage room. And the door closes itself until she takes a seat. And there's actually a couple of nice looking couches in there. So, what has the buffoon sent you for this time?
This time, you've had other people coming out here.
Yes. You're not the first, and I'm sure you won't be the last.
Well, we could be the last. I suppose people just want to know if your intentions are good, or if they could bleed out and hurt the community.
It's not a matter of what my experiments can do, it's how they're used.
Well, I think if you're behind it, we experienced some of them down below in the caves. Was it your doing, that house that tried to eat us, basically?
Oh, the mimic? No, those things exist just naturally. Rather fascinating, really.
Huh.
That wasn't
believe
my
that.
doing, but it was curious to see how you would get out of it.
I believe that she didn't create it and put it there.
Nano, do you believe it?
Do I believe it? I don't know if I believe it.
And as you're kind of mulling that over, she looks over to Niavara.
Huh?
But that's it. Just a glare. Not like
A glare at me.
Yeah, just kind of looks in your direction with a nod.
What's the vibe that Neovar's getting from the look? Get out, or like get them to be calm?
It's more of a, man, your friends sure do ask a lot of questions, don't they? Kind of look, because I'm just rolling off that nat 20.
She shrugs. She's not bothered. She's traveling with them. She's not the one getting questioned. She's also not the one doing the questioning.
Hey, jump in, anybody? I mean,
So I guess like the problem is that the mayor really sent us out here to exterminate the mutant creatures or else deal with them. And seeing as that they are your experiments, I'm assuming that we were supposed to come in contact with you. I do think that's a
doubt
little
it.
worrying.
Well, they're an experiment. They are meant to be created and destroyed for the purpose of knowledge.
It seemed like you have some very profound magical devices or altars down in the caves there. We dealt with a tentacled creature that seemed to come out of realm beyond here.
Oh, that was... Well, like I said, you weren't the first adventurers through here. There was another group that came through, I'd say a few weeks ago. And they took something from in there that was probably keeping it very stable. And, you know, as reality does, tries to fill a hole. And, well, something else was more than happy to oblige. That would be my analysis of it anyway.
So there was something there. Adventurers took it?
Yes, I saw them leaving with an orb of some kind. I mean, when I first started the experiments in here, that cave section wasn't even there.
Huh.
But you know how our world is.
Well, tell us this. If you don't want to be bothered out here while you're practicing your experiments, I mean, science and experimentation is wonderful. What can we do to help communicate your intentions to the town so that they can stop bothering you?
Well, tell the old... And she kind of, there's a moment of pause and a moment of distaste, maybe even a moment of silence in the air. She tries to find the words. Tell that dickhead of a mayor, Tio Moonblade is not to be disturbed. He'll know exactly what it means.
Bit of a threat, no? I mean, that could rile things up even more.
She leans over the marble table, and just in her hands, a teacup appears. It probably would, but, you know, we didn't exactly end on the most friendly of terms.
You've met before.
Once upon a time. Once upon a time.
Some history here, yes? There's something that the mayor hasn't told us. That's why he keeps sending groups out here to see what you're up to.
That he doesn't know, or the people that he sends in this direction don't, well, tell him anything other than collect the goods, retrieve, bring back, get paid. I mean, nobody really tries to ask a giant, you know, creature well, anything really.
You have a good point there. My friend Niavara was saying something very much like that earlier. I should have listened.
And it sounds like you have a voice of reason in your party, which is rare.
Niavara will lower her head, like, I don't necessarily know if I consider myself a voice of reason necessarily as much as a voice of experience. I know my strengths. And she's like, well, we will do our best to tell the mayor to knock it off. You're not harming anyone. You're having some fun. Just some cool, fucked up experiments in the woods. What's the harm? It's cool.
Research is research.
Exactly.
I mean, when we stepped onto this island, it's like it's a whole other country here. Are you from this plane of existence or from somewhere else? I myself am not from this plane. I'm just wanting to learn also.
Oh, I'm very much local, but I find ways to tamper with things that aren't local.
Huh. Can you travel to other planes of existence?
Not without extreme amounts of magic, fonts of locations, or fonts of magics in locations, such as the one in the cave. Or the assistance of a particularly curious dryad, I suppose.
Dryad?
You haven't met her yet? I'm surprised.
We've been seeing some figures out in the woods. Was it not always you, maybe? You've been
No.
watching us.
Just that first day. Maybe the other one.
Wait, you were the witch with the cute, funny little familiar?
Yeah, was that you?
Oh no, that's someone far more. No, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole, or a 100-foot pole, or a pole the size of an
Oh.
entire plane. And then
Oh,
she looks
shoot,
over
you
to
like
Kozik.
her?
Yeah, Josh shoots a look at Kozik as well.
Niavara will also shoot the look at Kozik.
Kozik looks at the ceiling.
Well, we did see a figure when we entered these woods here. Was that you, or could that be this dryad?
Probably both of us. The Dryad does like to cover a lot of, well, they can cover a lot of territory very quickly. I stay on her good side, and in turn, I respect the land, as one should in the presence of a Dryad, unlike the previous group that came through that murdered almost an entire, what was it, what'd she call them, the moon rats? She was not too thrilled about that. I do recall she telling me that one of them went to, relieve themselves and had met an unfortunate circumstance with a very, very painful end, I suppose. It's to say that, she took a vine that was full of thorns and smacked him on the ass when he was trying to relieve himself. I'm pretty sure he learned his lesson.
So none of the others who came through were killed or hurt. Just messed with.
I mean, not by us. But
Interesting.
there's a lot of creatures out there in the world, and there's a lot of creatures that have the capability of crossing the veil with relative ease. Especially in the weakened points that it can be.
Does your dryad have a name? We could communicate with it if we meet it, maybe.
She does, but that's not one I'm going to give you.
Sure.
Ah,
No problem.
they have a thing about that. Do you have a name we can call her by?
Oh,
think you'd want to take that up with her.
I get it.
Okay.
Um,
Your experiments are really fascinating.
Well, I was trying to study the effects of organic life forms being exposed to extremely potent fonts of, ambient arcane. Results are quite interesting, actually.
Shaw again shoots a look at Kozik.
Neovar will also shoot a look at Kozak.
Something's really interesting on the ceiling. I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, I'm positive that studying the effects of a font of magic on a life form would be super interesting. What do you think about such an experiment, Kozak? I think that you might have firsthand experience.
All of the best experiments are bound to end sometime. So
I think we might call
very
you a case study.
You are definitely a case study in something, my friend.
Hmm.
Oh, really? And her gaze also turns to Kozik. What did you find?
I found a pool of nearly infinite magic energy, seemingly, and a beautiful altar that was entwined with vines and berries and such.
What was your experience inside of the altar?
Yes, tell
I
us.
placed my
Mhm.
hands upon it, and then there was some sort of miraculous energy which caused all of the strange polyps and whatnot that were growing out of the ground to shrivel.
Ah,
Yeah, we're sorry about that.
Well, what happened when you were inside of it? What made you stick around?
I saw it's hard. I'm not inclined to speak of it. It was interesting.
Shaw raises his eyebrows.
You ruined an ongoing experiment. The least you could do is to share your results.
Right. I mean,
I'm no scientist.
You don't have to be. You're a case study.
think about it in poetry. You're good at that. Or in lofty
song.
naval terms.
There was experience and color, sound and sight. In the pool, there was raw power and energy of magic, which I am only a elementary student.
Can you turn that into a poem that rhymes?
Nay.
Just kidding.
interesting. Well, you're certainly
I should
free
share
to
the-
stay here for an evening as, it can be dangerous out there. I'm sure you're aware of.
Have been a little unfriendly.
Yeah, we managed to
Uh,
get past the spiders without any tangles.
Oh, the spiders won't bother you. They're mostly there to ward off most things.
Ah. Okay.
They work well.
You know, I should tell you the experience I had when I touched whatever was the center of that area where that tangled beast was, and I had a vision of a realm far off in the stars with strange faces and creatures. And
He quirks a brow.
kind of a seemingly endless, almost conscious cloud-like shape that seemed to be drawing me to it.
Be careful of what calls you child. Because sometimes the worst thing you can do is answer. And she stares over it, and then another glare to Kozik.
Here.
Kozik does his best to meet her gaze for as long as he can.
You meet her gaze, and there's this very knowing look in her eye, and also almost like a look of pity.
Hmm. I think we all look at Kozik that way.
Disappointment, pity.
And respect.
I like it.
Well, like I said, old Mayor. Mayor. We've known
Bottom,
each
is
other
that
for yeah. The mayor, as he calls himself.
You didn't have a thing, did you? Did you have a thing? Like,
If I did, I wouldn't tell you.
Let her finish.
Good, good.
We did used to adventure a lot, but
Oh.
we disagreed on how things should be approached.
Huh.
He was not a man of science, and I am not a woman of social interaction.
Is he what he appears to be? Or is he...
Oh, he's
does he
very
have
much an
a-
idiot.
Ah.
And an alcoholic.
Oh, yes, we noticed that right off the bat.
Yes. A slow decline into alcoholism. Perfectly suited for a mayor. But of course, like I said, our party was a small group of unusual individuals. But he decided it was time to retire and set up his little town over there. I wanted nothing to do with it. I wanted to continue my experiments. I wanted to continue to learn, to thrive. The more knowledge you have, the more knowledge you could use. And such,
Well-
our party split.
Well, I'll tell you this, the mayor still wants to expand his city.
Of
And I
course.
feel like, maybe we could be like ambassadors to communicate with you what's going on there and there what's going on here, to maybe keep the relations from getting too sour, to not bother you or not bother your dryad friend or any of your experiments.
Easier said than done. Perhaps you should, question him about what happened. I'm sure he'll have a delightful and colorful story to tell you.
Yeah, we'll do that. Any other message you want us to give to him other than you are not to be disturbed?
Eliel says hello.
Eliel. Eliel, what? Chad turns to the others. Why does that name sound familiar? Eliel.
Like Lilith.
Is that where we heard it? I could have sworn we heard this name, Eliel.
Remember.
Do you say Lolth
Out
out
of
loud?
character. Niavara might.
Yeah.
Eliel, wasn't Eliel the one of like the drow that was at the guild place?
Eliel. I thought it was maybe a name of one of the gods.
No, it was like one of the. It had to do with where we went to get the mission.
Oh yeah, that wasn't the name of the maid? Like the barmaid?
That was Darla.
Oh, I swore we heard this name, Eliel.
Yeah, we've heard the name before because I know because Alex plays a character whose last name is Eliel in our tabletop game. And I had made a point of it before.
Was this Eliel of Dragonborn in nature?
Oh, I can't remember.
No. I don't think you've actually really interacted
Oh
with the
no,
Dragonborn.
Eliel, that was the secretary at the mayor's. That name was Eliel. Different Eliel?
Maybe he calls her Lyle because he misses his.
Oh, is there something with Eliel? Mayor.
Or it's just a pure coincidence of names being similar.
Sure. Okay, Eliel says hello, and this is a dragon. Eliel.
Yes.
Sounds like you had quite the cool team. Did you have a cool team name? Child looks at everybody and nods his head emphatically.
She scoffs. You can ask the mayor that one.
Okay. Thank you so much for your hospitality and for your patience, for not annihilating us, which it clearly seems that you could have at any time.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Um. Very funny. I
Well.
think that we would take the chance to stay the night if that's still on offer, because that would be super helpful. Because the woods are kind of dangerous.
Yes,
Yeah.
anywhere from link dogs, displacer beasts,
Well,
tendril horrors from far realms. You know, whatever can basically worm its way in.
yeah, I think we've dealt with all those things in the last 24 hours.
And
I don't
that's
think
just the
we've
tip
dealt
of
with
the iceberg.
displacers.
I'm sure it'll happen if you decide to hang out at night. That's just kind of how things are around here.
Seems
But-
that way.
Either way, you're certainly free to stay the evening, but with all due respect, get the hell out in the morning.
For
Of
sure.
course. Thank you so
Thank
much
you,
for
Miss.
Delisle.
Eliel,
so much.
Hien, Dragonborn. You'll know.
Thank you, Miss Moonblade. You are a wonderful and interesting being, and I look forward to hearing more about your experiments. Maybe even seeing them. We heard your children told us about your laboratory over there. Sometime.
Yes, I don't let them in. Obvious reasons.
Right.
Trouble.
Yeah, they wouldn't get it.
They tend to break things. But they're your problem now. And she smiles.
Oh, you know what? I don't mind that problem.
We can take them to Bong Village and drop them off. Godspeed.
Drop them off and keep them with us.
No.
They're adorable.
No.
Are they still with us? Are they
Oh,
outside?
yeah. They've been following you like loyal pets.
You guys want to
Ducklings.
come with us or stay with your mama?
You have food. We follow food.
Yeah.
I'm okay with
We're
us
going to-
going.
We're going to take them to Bonk Village, where there's parties going on, and there will be lots of food there.
True,
Oh.
true.
Food good.
Oh, look at you guys. We have our own baby. They're so cute. We can give them names.
Neovar makes a face at the thought of babies.
Alrighty, so you guys kind of settle in for the evening. You know, at least where you are right now, it seems like day is turning to night, leaving, exposing the sky. The sky's the limit. Or is it? Who knows? But you guys finally get a nice little rest in a witch's hut.
Yay.
And nobody died.
Yay! Congrats,
Awesome.
everyone.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yay.
Great. Have fun with Mandalorian. Thanks, everybody. And have
Yeah,
a good
good
week.
session, guys.
Super
Alright.
cool.
Have fun out there.
Bye.
Later.
Bye.
Thank you for playing.
Thank you for joining. Bye. Alrighty. Another session to wrap up the other sessions. Lewy. Alright, so with that, we had a good little session there. Things got explained, which is nice. Kind of felt like I threw a whole bunch at them last time and didn't really provide them a whole lot of, you know, fill in, I guess. But with that, I'm gonna wrap it up here. It's been, I'm gonna wait for 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds. So I hope you guys have a good one. For those of you who weren't here, I hope you enjoyed the VOD. I'm gonna end at exactly 4 hours and 44 seconds. So I got like 10 seconds ish, 20. So I hope you guys have a good morning, evening, or whatever's in between. And I will catch you on the flip side in 4 seconds. 4 seconds. All right. Bye.